Good morning. Good morning. Well, you woke up in a fog this morning and you've come to City Hall and it's clear, so maybe that'd be a good sign for us today. But I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask Deacon Jesse Hinojosa with the Diocese of Corpus Christi to lead us in the invocation, and then Kevin Norton, the Director of Water Utilities, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Deacon.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us bow in prayer. Almighty and merciful God, send down your blessings upon the members of this city council and all of us gathered here today as we together make decisions for our community. May we use only the best skills and judgments, keeping ourselves impartial and neutral as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that is placed before us, and we may always act in accordance with what is best for our community and our fellow citizens. Give us a spirit of service and remind us that we are stewards of your authority. And finally, Lord, renew in us the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of all humanity. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. Amen. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Joe McComb. Mr. Mayor, are you here?
Here.
Okay. Council members Roland Barrera. Here. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Present. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter. Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni. City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Well, we have several proclamations and swearing-ins today, so we'll get started. And I think each council member has been asked to help with one, but the first one that we'll do this morning will be, if you're here for this one, if you'll come on down to the front of the council members for National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. So I'll meet you right down here. Okay. All right. Well, this really is a timely proclamation or resolution for us. As you know, the issue of homelessness throughout the country has really skyrocketed because, I guess, of media coverage as well as impacting. We've reached the point you can't turn your head anymore and say it doesn't exist. And so The city of Corpus Christi is being very proactive and under the new city manager, we keep saying new. I'm not sure how long the term new lasts, but so far I haven't heard anybody say anything negative about him, so he's still the new city manager. So we're real glad you're here. But in the new budget, adopted October the 1st, we felt like that it was important that we really focus on trying to address the issue in our community. And Mr. Zanoni has identified some funds and put that into the budget, and as a result, we have some new folks on board to deal with that. And what we're trying to do is the only thing we're trying to do is coordinate and work with the folks that are providing the service to connect people that need the service, make them a little more efficient in terms of the numbers of people they make contact with, turn folks' lives around, and give them hope in the future. And so it's a real pleasure for me to read this proclamation. These are different folks representing different service providers, and our effort is going to try to be to make them more successful. Our ultimate goal, now you got to listen to what I'm saying, our ultimate goal is to work them out of a job. And that is that we cure the homeless problem. So until that time, we want to make them as successful as possible addressing that problem. The City of Corpus Christi Community Development Department works closely with the Homeless and Issues Partnership, Inc. on issues facing the homeless individuals and families of our community. The National Coalition for the Homeless and National Student Campaign Against Hunger and Homelessness are sponsoring this year's National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. This is an annual program where people come together across the country to draw attention to the problems of hunger and homelessness through educational, service, fundraising, and advocacy events. The local Homeless Issues Partnership is sponsoring a Walk a Mile in Our Shoes walk for the hungry and homeless and recognizing the 845 homeless children in the Corpus Christi Independent School District. I can tell you, as a father of 5 and a grandfather of 12, that tugs at your heart if you've got that many homeless children. Where was I here? This proclamation will educate the public about the plight of men, women, and children in our coastal bend who daily are hungry and homeless. This will also encourage support for homeless assistance service providers, create valuable community service opportunities, and spotlight the community organizations who are committed to feeding, sheltering, providing service support to citizens that are in desperate situations. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November 17 through 23 of 2019 National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to recognize the needs of the homeless and support the organizations who assist these individuals and families. And these are some of the folks representing those organizations. And thank you very much. And these two folks over here, and I've drawn a blank, Emily, I remember Emily because Pastor Barton, is that right? Baptist doesn't have good memory with Methodist is over there, but that's all right. But anyway, they say the Lord works in mysterious ways. And Elizabeth gets a call sometime this summer and says there's some lady named Emily. She's looking for an intern position. She's a student out here at the university, and she'd like to see if I said, well, Elizabeth, we don't have any money. And she said, she's not looking for money. I said, oh, well, tell me more. And so anyway, and said she's a Coast Guard veteran. I said, oh, that's good. And so anyway, she came down, we interviewed, I told her what we were kind of thinking about, and I said, but, we don't have anything permanent. This is why we were still in budget discussion. But if you could help us maybe put something together for October. And as it turned out, we put her to work on this. She's done a fabulous job. I sent her to Peter. I said, because he does the hiring. I don't do any hiring around here. And I don't do any firing around here, so everybody's safe. And so as it turns out, I think there were several applicants for that particular job, and she got that. So she's now a full-time staff person that helped us develop it under an interim during the summer as a graduate student out at A&M. And get your degree next month? December 5th, all right. And they're trying to help us, and we really are very serious about trying to address the issue and have some very positive results, and we're going to be communicating that to you on a pretty regular basis, and ask everybody in the city to kind of step up their awareness and support and help us in this effort. So thank you again. Let's get a picture. Don't move a whole lot. There's not much room left. Huh? Who do I need? All right, here's the man right there. There we go. I'll give you there's the official proclamation. So let's get a picture, and then.
Just on behalf of HIP, I'd like to thank the City Council and the Mayor for taking the time to fit us into the agenda. And of course, thank you all organizations for taking the time for coming out to this walk and bringing awareness to the homelessness situation. Us working together, we can definitely put a huge dent in the homeless situation here in Corpus Christi. Again, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Open your eyes. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
We got a pretty large group.
You look beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Everett. Well, how am I going to say?
All right, this next one, I've asked Councilman Smith to help on this one. It's In the Streak Text Month. I'll get him to explain to you what that is. And if you're here for the In the Streak Text Month, come on down. You know who you are. Oh my, look at here. We know who you are now. All right, I'm going to have Councilman Smith help me with this. I'll hold that while you read.
Yeah. In the Street Texas Month. At least one person has died on Texas roads every single day since November 7th, 2000. The Texas Department of Transportation, through its In the Street Texas campaign, would like to remind drivers it's a shared responsibility among roadway users and engineers to keep our roads safe. We all have the power to end the streak of daily deaths on Texas roadways. Don't speed, don't drive impaired or drink, put away the cell phone, buckle up, and obey all traffic laws. Be the driver you would want next to you, in front of you, or behind you. Texas Department of Transportation reminds us to make driving a priority, to stay safe, avoid distractions, and be responsible behind the wheel. Let's end the streak of one person or more dying every day in this state.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November 2019 In the Streak Texas Month in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to raise awareness to this tragic and daily statistic. We do encourage you to drive safely. Drive courteous. Doesn't hurt to be nice. You can let somebody get in instead of just blocking an intersection. You may get there half a second earlier if you block them, but you're not going to be delayed. So let's give them a hand. Let's try to make it. Ricky, you come over here. You're in charge of this operation. And let's have what he. Yeah, we're not asking about the Harbor Bridge. We're talking about traffic. But anyway, if we can help him have a 0 day, that'd be great, right? Yeah. All right.
That's what we're aiming for. Just as Councilmember Smith said and the mayor said, there's too many people dying on Texas roadways, and it can be prevented. Just as they said, there's four simple things you can do. We've averaged about 3,500 people a year who are dying since November 7th of 2000. That's 67,000 souls that we've lost here in Texas. It averages about 10 a day. So it's in all of our power to stop it, and that's what End the Streak is all about.
To put it in perspective, that's a Twin Towers worth of people every year that we're losing. And we know how tragic the Twin Towers situation was and how it impacted us. But we're doing that every year, day in and day out on our highways. And we don't even blink an eye. So we need to really work on that. Thank you very much. Give them another hand for what they're doing and helping us.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, my God. Are you breathing on me? Are you breathing on me? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next one's going to be National Home Care and Hospice Month. If you're here for that, come on down. Councilman Rudy Guards is going to help me with this one.
Good morning. National Home Care and Hospice Month. During November, the home care and hospice community honor the millions of nurses, home care aides, therapists, and social workers who make a remarkable difference for the patients and families they serve. This is a great community to raise awareness in our community about the importance of home health care and hospice services. Home health care is provided in a patient's home and can include a broad level of care given by skilled medical professionals, including physicians, skilled nursing care, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, licensed social workers, and certified nurse assistants. Hospice care is available to individuals at the end of life stage to receive care at home, in a hospital, a nursing home, or a private hospice facility. Care provided includes physical, emotional, and spiritual resources needed to make the most of every moment left in life.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November 2019 National Home Care and Hospice Month in Corpus Christi and encourage all citizens to recognize and commend the numerous home care and hospice employees and volunteers for their dedication and sacrifice in an effort to meet the needs of the patients, their families, and the hospital staff. And we do appreciate all the work that you do. And if you've never experienced the care they give, I'm not encouraging you to, but I know that if you have, you've realized the importance that it does mean in your life, and it helps in those tough times. So thank you very much. We'll give you that.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Arias, and I'm with National Nursing and Rehab Home Health. And I'm very proud to represent the nurses, speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists that go into a patient's home each and every day diligently to help them and provide the services that they so very much need. You know, these patients are no longer eligible, if you will, to be in a hospital or a nursing home or a skilled nursing facility. So it's time for them to go home. And without these services, they may not ever get to the point of being as independent as they want to be. So again, we commend and are very proud of the nurses and therapists that work with us and help those patients so that they can one day hopefully be independent as possible. I also have with us today Jennifer, who will talk a little bit about the hospice care that we also provide.
Thank you so much. Good morning. What a crowd. I'm Jennifer. I'm the administrator and regional director for Gracia Hospice. We are a family of Regency Integrated Health Services. We have several skilled nursing facilities, and we are proud to be here to service your needs in the Corpus Christi area, to be able to offer the full continuum of care, not just skilled nursing, home health, but also hospice. So we have the opportunity to come into your loved ones' homes when a curable option is no longer available. And we're there to care for your family, your loved one, until the good Lord's ready to receive them. So we are proud to have nurses on standby 24 hours of the day, CNAs, chaplains, and social workers to be able to serve our community here in Corpus Christi, whether it be at home, a skilled nursing facility, or a hospice home. So thank you so much. We are so proud to be here. Thank you.
Oh, we do have some, for anybody interested, we have some little red shoes because after all, like Dorothy says, there is no place like home.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Let's get a picture right quick.
Michael's not here. I don't know who's going to do that one. I guess you have to do it on your own.
Oh. Well, yeah. All right. All right. This next one, yeah, that's kind of savvy. Is the Martial Arts Recognition Day, and we originally had Councilman Hunter going to help us with this, and he was a no-show, and I got a black belt on. I thought maybe that would work. But then I've got the karate lady here. She's going to help me here on this one. So anyway. Oh, I hope it's long.
Yeah, let's put it on. He wants to put it on. Yeah, we're putting it on. We're putting it on. There we go.
I've lost weight.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. The South Texas Karate Black Belt Association was formed in 2014 by then Master Raul Vasquez of Corpus Christi, who invited Grandmaster Ralph Jaschke from Victoria, Grandmaster Sal Narvaez from Laredo, Master Renard Jackson from Corpus Christi, and Master J.C. Barrera from Beeville, who were all noted senior black belts throughout South Texas, to create an association that would address martial arts issues unique to their southern region of Texas. Thus began the inception of their ambitious efforts to unite black belts from diverse backgrounds who were committed to promoting legitimate black belt rank advancement, positive business practices and principles, and the growth and prosperity of the martial arts. Currently, the association has 43 black belt members from 13 South Texas communities. Martial arts promotes and provides important values such as discipline, respect, commitment, self-control, and determination for success that lasts a lifetime. On December 7th, the South Texas Karate Black Belt Association will honor their esteemed members for promoting self-defense and physical fitness in Corpus Christi at their annual holiday social recognition banquet and 2019 Hall of Fame presentation.
Now, therefore, as a new black belt, pursuant to the powers in me vested as mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim December 7th Martial Arts Recognition Day in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to explore opportunities in martial arts and enjoy its many benefits from physically and mentally for their health and well-being. We congratulate you on your work. And here's the proclamation. Tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you, Mayor Malcolm, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Raul Vasquez, a 10th degree Taekwondo black belt from Corpus Christi. It's a distinct honor to be here with the mayor and our distinguished city council members as they present this proclamation to us. We are fortunately, experiencing our 5th year as an association recognizing black belts from South Texas. And as was mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate. We've got 42 noted black belts from 13 communities in South Texas. So basically, it's everything below the city of San Antonio. And this coming December 7th, since it was recognized as our Martial Arts Day, that is a day that we're going to hold with a lot of esteem, because this is the first time ever in Corpus Christi we've created the South Texas Karate Black Belt Hall of Fame. And there are 4 individuals from South Texas that have acquired that coveted status of the Grand Master rank of a 9th or 10th degree black belt. And the 4 individuals we selected are from 4 South Texas communities. They have well over 40 years of active martial arts activity promoting self-defense and physical fitness in the South Texas community. We have a gentleman, Grand Master from Laredo, and unfortunately posthumous recognition from an individual from Victoria. Then we have the Assistant Police Chief of the Valley International Airport in Harlingen as a recipient, Grand Master. And then from the Kingsville, Corpus Christi area, the former 7-time world champion out of Kingsville, Corpus Christi, Jeff Smith, is now retired. So those are the 4 individuals we're recognizing from South Texas, and we plan to do this every year, recognizing noted individuals from South Texas that have distinguished themselves in the martial arts. And it's my pleasure to also introduce 2 of my colleagues from the martial arts community.
My name is Master J.C. Barrera, Beeville, Texas. I'm an 8th degree black belt from the World Martial Arts Association, approved by Grandmaster Pat Burleson. Beeville, Texas.
And I'm Janet Camps. I am a 3rd degree black belt in the MK system of martial arts, and I am 1 year here in Corpus Christi. I just moved here, and I'm loving it.
I think we're going to have a little demonstration here. They said they would do some martial arts demonstration. Would you like to?
Come on, yeah. That's
We paid you good money for this.
Yeah, come up on that.
Wax on, wax off.
Victor.
Don't get any ideas.
Everett.
Ever do the green key?
This is a self-defense without touching. I mean, he's gonna touch me, but I'm not gonna touch him. When I tell you, put your hands around my neck. I'm not gonna touch him, but I'm gonna defend myself.
This does not sound good.
You okay, Mayor?
Sure glad we got some police officers in here. All right. Well, if that didn't scare you, you need your hearing tested. You should have been up close. All right. Councilman Roy is going to help me with this one on Special Hearts Day. All right. I just had mine tested.
Special Heart Day.
He was right.
Okay. For the life of me, I don't understand why the mayor jumped. He's used to being yelled like that in the back room. But anyway, today is Special Hearts Day. Allows Special Hearts, a community platform, to share their gift to the world through their own unique abilities. They rejoice in not just one ability, but all abilities, whether it be in sports, fine arts, or other unique gifts that each Special Heart proudly and unselfishly offers. Special Hearts Day allows everyone to embrace a reality that focuses on special abilities instead of disabilities. Special Hearts in the Arts provides individuals with special needs the opportunity to explore art, music, dance, and theater, which gives our community the gift of experiencing the unique and special abilities each talented Special Heart expresses with joy. Special Hearts Day is a celebration of Special Hearts, families,
volunteers, and community members that allows the sparkling city by the sea the opportunity to understand that special hearts are wonderful, and they're contributors to this greatness of our city. Special Hearts Day celebrates the blessings and gifts of each special heart in our wonderful community.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim December 8th, Special Hearts Day in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to recognize a world with a beautiful vision that all people have the same chance to share their abilities. And I'll give you this proclamation and ask you to make a comment or two. Thank you so much, and we're glad you're here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I also want to thank a couple of background people, Tamara and Paula K. Olivares, for helping make this happen. A lot of times our background people don't get any credit, and I want to thank them. Most of the kids up here are involved with Special Hearts in the Arts. It's a theater for individuals with special needs. They showcase their talent many times. They want to perform anywhere, so if you're interested in having them come and perform for you, they love doing that. I also want to say that because of today, you have helped us make one step further to make it a state Special Hearts Day and a national Special Hearts Day. That is our goal, so that the Special Hearts community are recognized as individuals with special abilities and not just that terrible word called disabilities. And these are the beautiful people that we are blessed with here. So God bless today, and this is God-led.
Thank you very much.
Hi guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, thank you. Hi. Thank you for being here. Hi. How are you? Thank you. You're so pretty. You're welcome. Oh, sweet. I embarrassed you. Pretty girl. Thank you so much. Bye, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. What's that? That's right, I know. One's better than none. Thank you for being here.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask these individuals if they'd come forward. They have agreed to serve on some of our boards and commissions. We'd like to ask them to come up, and we'll get them sworn in so that they can begin to serve our community. David Foster, Building Code Board of Appeals, if you're here, come on down. Gary Adams, Building Code Board of Appeals. Tasha James, Citizen Advisory Health Board. Leslie Lomax, Corpus Christi Downtown Management District. And Joshua Richline, Corpus Christi Downtown Management District. So if y'all will come on in, we'll get you sworn in. Well, first, thank you so much for your willingness to submit your name for consideration. And second, for doing this other than just for the goodness of your heart. We appreciate it very much. So if you'll raise your right hand, and I will read the oath, and I'll say I, and then you say your name, and then you repeat after me the following oath. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. You are now sworn in to serve on the board and commission you were appointed to, and we appreciate it very much, and thank you for your time and energy. Appreciate it. Thank you. And that lady right there will make sure you get signed up and get the notices for the meetings. Oh, we got to have a group photo, yeah.
Cameras. Pictures.
My eyes are closed. Hold on. My eyes are closed.
Wait. She's one more.
Oh, yeah, all the DMVs.
You're cute boots.
Thanks, yeah.
Thank y'all. Thank you for your service. God bless America.
Thanks and good luck. Nice to meet you. You want me to make the request?
Yeah, just, Okay, our next item on the agenda is the public comment period. Supposedly, it's supposed to be at 12 o'clock, but before we do that, Councilman Smith has a request.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request that we vote on item 28 in our agenda package. This is a very time-sensitive matter that TWIA is meeting today for the third time this year in an effort to raise our rates. And this is a resolution from the city of Corpus Christi saying basically we encourage the TWIA Board of Directors to show restraint and allow the will of the legislature to be fully implemented before TWIA votes for a rate increase that could significantly stifle rebuilding and rehabilitating homes, businesses, and lives on the Texas coast. Again, this is the third time that TWIA is attempting to do that. This meeting starts at 1:30 today. We have our governmental affairs, Tammy Embridge is in Austin right now, so if this passes, she will be reading this resolution to the TWIA Actuarial Board. So I make a motion that we pass this resolution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this resolution? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion passes, and Ms. Huerta, if you'll get that, or whoever can get it to
Yes, sir. To Miss Emily.
Tammy so she can get it up to the folks in Austin. Thank you very much. All right, public comment. Ms. Huerta, you and Mr. Risley want to kind of go over the guidelines?
Comments are limited to city-related matters. No questions of council or staff. Turn off your cell phones, and no loud talking or other loud noises.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, and I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present to the city secretary. And with that, we'll start public comment. The first person on the list is Jack Gordy.
Yes, my name is Jack Gordy, and I'm down here about the same thing that I've been coming down here since 2016. 2016, I came down here about the illegal sign that's violating the Highway Beautification Act. Been that many years, and nothing has changed. The city of Corpus Christi is still violating the agreement that they entered into with the state of Texas. The city of Corpus Christi entered into an agreement. They said if we, the city of Corpus Christi, can collect for the sign permits on these 14 roadways, and you got a copy of them, that we will enforce the Highway Beautification Act. Well, the city has no problem collecting for the sign permits, but they are not enforcing the Highway Beautification Act. In the February of 2017, the state of Texas came down here and they found 190, and I'll repeat that, 190 illegal signs on those 14 roadways. Nothing has changed. On the way down here this morning, I counted 14 illegal signs. One there at Tarleton and Crosstown is in the right-of-way. It's been there for 1 year, and it's a big sign. And on Padre Island Drive, at Weber and Padre Island Drive, there's 5 of them that's violating the law. It's been there for 8 months. Code enforcement is not enforcing that law. And I thought we elected this city council to make sure that the city does the right thing. And you got a copy. I gave it to them to give to you, so all of you should have got a copy of the state law. The state law, the letter that I sent, I gave it to the mayor in the mail, and everybody else I hand delivered it. A copy of the letter that I sent to the state of Texas. The state is strongly considering, and I'll repeat that, they're strongly considering withdrawing the agreement with the city of Corpus Christi, and the city of Corpus Christi will not be able to collect for sign permits anymore. Now, just imagine what the city could have collected if they'd enforced that, the 190 signs. It's a $1,000 a day fine each day that illegal sign is out. So 190 signs, and the one that's been there for a year on Crosstown, imagine what the fine would be if the city would enforce the law. Imagine how much money the city's losing because code enforcement is not doing their job, and this city council is responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellie Wright. Ellie Wright? Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Ellie Wright. I'm a realtor with Coldwell Banker, and I'm on here on behalf of my buyers that are purchasing a house in the Rivers Edge subdivision, and which they are very concerned about the rezoning. And I'd like to read a letter from them. This is an open letter expressing opposition in the changes in zoning. We are in the process of purchasing a home in the Rivers Edge subdivision. After reading over the proposal, we became very concerned about our investment. They have spent several months searching for their dream home with a huge lot to accommodate their growing family. The reason they chose the London area was mainly due to the serene, close-knit country-type feel. There are not many places in Corpus that offer what this community offers. While we appreciate the city's desire to increase the number of residents in neighborhoods such as ours, disrupting the community by constructing out-of-place, high-density development is not the way to go about this. The property values in the entire neighborhood could decline as it gradually changes from a single-family area into a multifamily area. We respectfully ask for no zoning change on this parcel, not because we are anti-growth, but because we are enthusiastic supporters of smart, planned urban development. If this rezoning is approved and planned development completed, the residential neighborhoods surrounding the property will witness a dramatic increase in traffic in already heavily congested areas, which will lead to more accidents, injuries, and fatalities. The magnitude of this change is impacting density dramatically within the area, and this existing development within the neighborhood must be considered. Businesses do not belong in the neighborhood, and zoning rules should be adhered to in order to protect the residents in the neighborhood. With the nearest major roadway several blocks away, we enjoy a comfortable, quiet environment to live, for our children to grow and attend school nearby. We urge you to make the right decision, the decision that will respect the harmony and traditional development and agriculture in our neighborhood, and oppose this application. And I do have a letter that I'd like to give you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
C.J. Johnson.
As you all know, I'm here again about the mental health crisis and the shootings. Now, I'm going to continue appearing here until I see that you all are recognizing this as being a serious mental problem, at least a lot of it. And I'm glad to know that you all are making December 8th a special needs day. Maybe you all will wake up to all these shootings. I'm trying to get you all to understand I was the mother of a seriously mentally ill child who almost became a killer if I hadn't kept interfering. Thank God, I hope she's in the heavens now. But if she would have killed anyone due to her mental illness, I would have had to blame myself. Where did I go wrong at? Thank you.
Thank you.
John Watson. John Watson? No. Raina Foster.
Good afternoon. My name is Raina Foster. I live at 4714 Tiara Lane in the Milton Estates community. We moved there a year and a half ago, and we knew change was coming our way. We anticipated growth, and here it is. It's coming our way. The newly proposed subdivision backs up right to our fence. So there's only about 6 houses where we live in the Milton Estates community. And so it would back up to our back fence and to our side fence. There'll be 1,455 homes, a nature trail, and an access road to the school, which we're kind of happy about because right now there's just a lot of traffic. I take my 10-year-old daughter to school, and it's a hassle in the mornings with a lot of traffic. So that access road will provide a road for us, for the Melvin Estates community, and for the London Estates community. And I know it'll take about 15, 20 years for it to be developed, but I also have 8-month-old twins. So it's going to be, kind of hard down the line. So we're kind of anticipating that road. Also, it's allocated for commercial zoning. And so we travel about 10 minutes just to get milk, gas, groceries, go to restaurants. So we're happy about the about the commercial zoning coming our way. And then also this growth will allow more kids to access London ISD. It's an amazing school. We're happy to have our child there. And we're happy to have other children there who would like to live in that community. And lastly, this development will also create job growth and keep our local economy strong. So I'm in full support of this new development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Kuhn.
Hello, I'm Chris Kewen, 7038 Faro. It seems like I'm here every week, and week after week I hear citizens get up and talk about how excited they are about the North Beach improvements and lately particularly the Grand Canal. And so I was feeling pretty positive about that until last Sunday, when, as you all know, I'm sure, the front page of the Caller-Times featured an article with the title, "Could North Beach Lose a $40 million hotel?" Of course we can. The article goes on to say that a local task force has studied the concept on its own and has provided its findings, but that city officials want to do their own math. And I am asking you, that's great. Why didn't we do that a year ago? Why didn't we do it 6 months ago? Why are we waiting until now? The article also says that the city council has little information regarding drainage solutions on North Beach, but I've sat here week after week and I don't think that's true. We have all kinds of information about drainage solutions. I'm asking you to please move forward with this. Maybe some of y'all remember a popular comic strip of a few years ago called Pogo. Pogo was a little character that always seemed to have some kind of clever insight into the problems we face in life, and he always had a way of making us laugh at ourselves. And I remember one of his little sayings was, "We have met the enemy and he is us." So I'm asking you, let's not be our own enemy this time. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. Let's go ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is hard to read this name. Mike on Shaftesbury. Is there a Mike? It's very hard to read the last name. Starts with an M. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 8125 Shaftesbury, something like that? No? Okay. Next on the list is Gloria Scott.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and the staff. We want to again commend you for having the city manager hire Barton Bailey to come here to work on homelessness. And we at First United and many other people in the community still are available to volunteer to help to make that happen. We simply want to say again today that Old Spawn Memorial, and we know that we were told last time that belongs to the county. We've spoken with Judge Canales and members of the county commissioners, and they are certainly available to work with a joint or cross, whatever you want to call it, illegally, city, county thing, because they strongly agree that the use of Old Spawn Memorial, certainly for a place for homelessness, not to make it a caveat for it, but a place for people to live who are homeless, to get them off of the street, out from under the trees, therefore to stop the things that are happening between and among the men and women in the various places, and to bring social workers. There's room downstairs for offices, for all kinds of places to be brought in there to perform. regularly to be there. So we simply want to encourage you to please join up with the county commissioners and move forward. And again, there are several, at least 15 to 20 people who even yesterday in having a Hillcrest meeting reconfirmed our availability to work as volunteers to help make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Gee.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay G. I live at 2409 Shaftesbury Drive, located in the Kensington subdivision in the London area. I'm here to speak to you regarding item number 19 on today's agenda. First, I did not get the opportunity to thank the gentlemen who took their time to come meet with us, the concerned residents in the open forum last week. I truly appreciate your time. I've been rapidly trying to play catch up on this matter at hand, and I apologize for my lack of knowledge of all of the facts. But here's a couple thoughts that I have in mind. First, I'm actually going to bring up the meeting that we had last week. 4 of the council members that attended openly admitted that there was a mistake made in the July annexation, and that was failing to annex County Road 33 in. The county road is a direct part of the infrastructure out there. From my perspective, this was a pretty big oversight. London ISD operates a year-round school schedule, one of the main roads that incorporates the access to London Elementary itself. I cannot figure how this was missed, especially when the new annexation that you guys already did compromises and adds 600 plus homes. Thus, this reverts back to the immediate concern of today's agenda, the new subdivision that's on the table here. There's a lot of working and moving parts. The infrastructure is the core concern. And more than anything, I have to admit that I've seen a lot more finger pointing in my short time of being involved here. We look at TxDOT, London ISD, the county, and the county residents. My question is, can you vote today in favor of a new annexation with 100% knowledge that you guys have done all of your due diligence with things such as EPA and the Oso River, the airport and the airspace, the wastewater, drainage, potential flooding, traffic management, the roads, the school, the London community in general? But I also think we cannot forget about the people that are going to be moving out there. You guys are going to have an obligation to those people as well, especially if you annex this area into the city. Are you covered? Next, the annexation requires a significant request. This annexation is a significant request and it requires a significant response. Next, according to the surveys in the area, London has been deemed a medium density area. And if you've been out there, I think you will agree with this. Now, Moses, and I apologize, I'm horrible at pronouncing people's last names, and I don't want to disrespect him by butchering his last name, so I'll just refer to him as Moses. Moses has stated that he plans to build 1,400 homes in this development. Foremost, Moses has openly stated that this development plans to require 3.9 homes acre per lot. However, the requested...
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, were you going to... Otherwise, she has 3 minutes.
Finish your statement, then we'll...
Thank you. However, he has requested an annexation of RS 4.5 and commercial zoning for multifamily, from what I understand is the highest density rating the city can offer. Correct? So here's my thought. 3.9 homes does not constitute the request of 4.5 annexation. It makes no sense. Even if the argument standpoint of Moses, which was the distance from the sidewalk to the home, with the 3.9 homes per acre. I think we have to look at the bigger picture here and then the fine print. If we take Moses for his word,
Try to wrap it up.
I'm trying. If we take Moses for his word, the true question becomes, what happens when he sells the lots? Something that he openly admitted he will be doing. Those contractors are not obligated to follow Moses' word, just what you annexed into the city. He says 3.9 homes per acre. He sells the lots, and it goes back to the RS 4.5 in the commercial zoning with multifamily.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chad McGill.
Chad McGill, 641 Texas Avenue, 10 on the PCI scale, and I still support North Beach. No handouts today. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm encouraged by a couple of things. I believe that in the next 19 days, 21 hours and 23 minutes, we might be able to give Mr. Frazier a very good message that this city and this community wants to move forward with the Grand Canal. There's a lot of work to be done, but I understand that we've got 19 days, and I look at that as the glass half full. We've got a number of people that have spoken before you in the past, and a lot of people watching this, so we certainly hope for your support, and I'm encouraged by some of the conversations that have happened the last couple of days, and I really appreciate each of you looking into this, and I know that you're working hard to move forward with the possibility of the Grand Canal on North Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so at this time, that's everyone on the list. As a courtesy, I'm going to ask if there's anyone who did not have an opportunity to sign up. If you'd like to speak, you could just indicate now. Thank you. I saw 2 individuals.
Okay. Come ahead. There'll be 2.
Yes, and
okay.
Mr. Carrington.
We're just talking this. Hi, my name is Sarah Mastagassi. I'm a realtor with Keller Williams, and I also own a part of land in the London area, River's Edge. On behalf of myself, my partners, my past and my current buyers in the London area, I also don't agree with the commercial part of the development that MPM would like to begin. Homes, yes, I think it's a part of the natural growth. There is a negative amount of homes per buyer, and we need more homes to satisfy those buyers. But for a community that's approximately 300 buyers, or a community of 300 in the London area, I really think 87 acres of commercial zoning for, at that point, if it is approved, it could be anything, doesn't quite make sense. City of Corpus Christi has tons of area for commercial, but the London community, it's not quite there yet. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your address for the record? I'm sorry.
4033 Wildfire.
Thank you very much.
Well, just a point of information. You said your last name was Mastagashi?
Yes.
Are you not the applicant and you're coming up talking against your zoning?
I'm not the applicant. I'm opposing Moses Mastagashi. He's my cousin.
Oh, that ought to be a happy Thanksgiving. Okay. Thank you.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm just here today to say thank you. Oh, sorry. I'm Adam Carrington at 2949 Riverbend Court, and I'm the very proud pastor of Brooks AME Worship Center in the Hillcrest community. And I just want to say thank you to our City Manager, Peter Zanoni, for meeting with representatives from the Hillcrest community addressing several of the issues that we have ongoing in the Hillcrest community. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Tapia. I live at 2542 Balchuk Lane. I was raised in Corpus Christi. I have lived here majority of my life with the exception of living in Houston for 6 years. I'm speaking to you today because I am opposed of the CN1 zoning change in London District. My fiance and I are currently residing in the London Estates and have most recently put a contract down on 2518 Atlantic View, a home that, if approved, will have its backyard back to a parking lot of an apartment complex, not to mention a multi-story apartment complex, which also means we will be losing our once sought-out privacy. With that, I am assuming we'll have large, tall floodlights that will beam into our backyard. A backyard that is meant for privacy and enjoyment will now be invaded by lights, slamming car doors, and so much in and out traffic that FM 43 will not know how to handle. The appealing life of London will lose its value with the huge lots and absolutely beautiful homes, the privacy, the tranquility, and the amazing education that the London ISD provides to my children. Me and my fiance, have worked hard to provide this life for ourselves and our family. We take pride in living in this beautiful area, and now purchasing my dream home only to have it devalued by a developer wanting to put an apartment complex and a commercial building in the middle of a high-end residential development. There are ample amounts of acreage on Farm Road 43 and 358 where there can be a beautiful desirable apartments along with commercial buildings to house all the businesses that would like to make their way to the London area. Right now, I have a fighting chance to live in a home without an apartment complex in my backyard. If I purchased a home already knowing that an apartment complex was in my backyard, that would be my personal choice. I would be the choice that I had accepted already. So I'm asking you today to please not devalue our land, our wishes, our hard work, and my dream home approving this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody besides, anyone else after this lady? Or did you want to speak? Okay, so you'll close out our public comment then.
Happy to.
Save the best for the last.
Jeannie Hunter, 6829 Sahara Drive, and I'm here to support North Beach and the Grand Canal. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to create another jewel in the crown of Corpus Christi, and each of you has the power to make that happen. And it's going to bring people. Our own neighbors will use that. The guests will use it. Businesses will be attracted. We already have a hotel wanting to be built. Other small shops will be built, and our tax base will increase. And I see that as a preparedness for the cruise ships that finally come in. So it's a growth pattern, and you have the opportunity to get that kicked off right now. And I hope that you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, that concludes the public comment period. Thank you very much.
All right, and if I would, is Ian Vasey here? Oh, he's right here on the front. How'd you snuck in? I didn't even see you down there. We're going to go to item 26, I believe it is. It's a presentation for our economic development. A couple of reasons why I think this is I'd like to move it up because I think it's a good report. I'm anticipating, because of all the activity here and those here in the attendance, I think will appreciate what we hear. The Economic Development Corporation, Regional Economic Development Corporation, Ian Vesey is the CEO, and we're having great success in the Gulf Coast region, and he plays a big part of it. I don't want to build his head up too much, but
Thank you, sir. For the record, Ian Vasey with the CCREDC. I know you have a very full agenda today, and I was just talking to Mr. Van Vleck. He thinks it's a conspiracy that I sneaked ahead in the agenda, but I know you got a lot of things going on. As you know, we are your representatives in economic development. One of the things I come before you on a regular basis, talk about what's going on in the economy and what trends you're going to start seeing. Year over year, we added 3,300 new jobs, which is a good number. Our unemployment rate is trending in the right direction. I think the latest numbers I looked at were about 4.1%, which is down from 4.7% this time last year. So we're moving into that. There's a term that we economists use called full employment. So that means someone, if they're willing to work, can pass a drug test, can make themselves available, can read, write, and do some of the basic things, they can pretty much get a job. You'll see the biggest job growth this last year was 1,400 jobs, and it's called mining, logging, construction. In our area, that means construction. We're starting to see a lot of the activity in the major industrial projects, and you'll start to see that continue. And folks like Exxon are ramping up, and you've annexed to the front door of Exxon, so that in the future you'll be able to bring them into the city limits. Some of the projects we've been working on, Steel Dynamics, as you know, you provided the water agreements and the water to make that project possible, and thank you for doing that. We're reporting that as 600 jobs. It's probably going to be a lot more than that by the time we're done. We're already talking to some of the additional companies in their supply chain, so we're kind of building that manufacturing node. I know 5 years ago I stood before you and said we're going to go out and try and get an electric arc furnace, and sure enough, we have, and we couldn't do it without your help in providing that water, and we're going to be working the other pieces. Gulf Coast Growth Ventures moving ahead very solidly, and they're moving dirt, and they've got offices open and some other things. We're chasing some additional industrial projects. I'm not going to make any predictions on those. Some will make, some won't, but we're in a competitive position for potentially another somewhere up to about a little less than 3,000 jobs on those. Attraction projects, we've got a number of projects out there. You'll see a lot of activity in the petrochemical sector. This is all due to the shale, but we're also working some manufacturing projects, call centers, some interesting diversity there. But when we talk about the petrochemical sector, that's a whole raft of things that we're just very fortunate to be at the end of the Permian, the pipelines and the other infrastructure that brings product from the Permian and Eagleford. So there's a lot of activity, and you'll see there's potentially $24 billion. We're not going to make all of those, but that's what's looking at our area right now. We've been out on the road doing business attraction recruitment. In fact, most recently, we've been really trying to work on our economic diversification plans, which are research and development, those high-paying white-collar jobs, if you will. And our team was out with some folks from the university and some other economic development allies, doing the drone show with the university, trying to get some of those, and we've got some good leads from those. And we've been out talking to site selectors, unmanned aerial vehicles, systems, natural gas liquids, things like that. So we're working on some things, business retention and expansion. We're starting to hear that every single company we talk to are starting to talk about the labor issue, especially the skilled labor. How are we going to get enough the skilled blue-collar jobs and the skilled white-collar jobs? So your efforts when you put money into the university for the industrial and civil engineering program, that's getting off the ground. As an example, one of Steel Dynamics executives stood there and told us that he'll take as many graduates in the industrial engineering program as he can get his hands on. So that's why local kids going to our university, coming through these programs and getting the opportunity to work at high-paying jobs that are coming into our region. Let's see, what we're working on are opportunity zones. We are going to be doing in the spring an opportunity zones workshop, bring a number of folks together, and we've got some interest from both the federal government. I know, Mayor, you participated in the meeting, and I think I was going to say Peter, but he just disappeared. And Paulette were in the meeting with Secretary Carson and the White House folks to try and get outlines and give input to them as they develop the rules for opportunity zones. And I know there's already a couple of projects in the pipeline that are going to use opportunity zone financing. So that's one of the things we've been working on. Building our Sense of Place website, which is, you know what was it? I'm going to look at my notes here. I forget the name of it. It's one of those www.explorethecoastalbend.com, and that's pulling a lot of information together. So it helps us when we work with existing companies or new companies in the area that are new folks moving to the area, so they'll learn about schools and they'll learn about neighborhoods and parks and things to do in the area. So that's something we're going to be developing, and we've already got it up and running. And then we're going to be doing our community survey update. We do this on a regular basis to assess attitudes and perceptions of economic development growth. And then we also help government agencies like yourselves with policy decisions. We generally gather data and present that data in a fact-based way to folks like yourselves, the Port Commission, the county commissions, and so forth. Let's see. So you'll see Welcome to the Coastal Bend. That's the Explore the Coastal Bend presentation. So this is kind of a slide snapshot so you can look at many communities in there. And a lot of folks are paying attention to this and using this when they come in. And then our new opportunity zones explanations, where the opportunity zones are, what they work, how the tax credits works, and things like that. And then we're also all over. I say we. Sarah runs it all over the social media. I'm not allowed near it. And I shouldn't be. I want to thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I mean, all the indications are the economy is going good and we're headed in the right direction. So we appreciate your work and
thank you.
Hope we can keep it up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other comments? Not. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Manager. We've reached the awesome part of the agenda for your report.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Good morning. A couple of updates for you this morning. I'm going to begin with development services. I wanted to bring to your attention that I knew coming into the job that development services was one of the council's top priorities, improving that operation. and it's been one of my top priorities as well in the past 6 months. 2 Fridays ago, a newly convened Development Services Task Force met for the first time. It's convened by our Development Services Director, Al Raymond, and they held their first meeting here at City Hall to discuss creating an improved development process that is transparent, predictable, and consistent in supporting the initiative. Task force members include several people that are here today, I recognize, but includes large landowners, developers, several local associations such as the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association, the Associated General Contractors, and Corpus Christi Real Estate. Those are some of the stakeholder groups that are here, that were here for that meeting. They'll continue to meet as a group for many months to come until we improve development services to a highly functioning operation. The task force is supported by development services staff, including our director, Al Raymond, and our assistant director, Michael Dice. Other departments will be supporting as well, like Parks and Recreation as an example. So the Development Services Task Force was created to focus on providing policy ideas, service improvements, and recommendations and process improvements to the department. So we're bringing our customers in and seeing what can we do to improve how we help you develop Corpus Christi. The Development Services Task Force will meet on the second Friday of each month for the near future. It'll probably go on even after we get the department 100% where we want it to be. And the next meeting, if anybody's interested in attending, I know Councilman Smith was at the first meeting, but you're welcome to attend, to either participate or just sit in. The next meeting is scheduled for December 13, and they're always here at City Hall. Let me talk to you about another area that we're focused on, which also is a high priority area, which is our streets. And during my first 6 months here as city manager, it's become pretty clear to me that we don't have a full service public works department in the city of Corpus Christi. And we're going to improve that, though. We need to fix that. We need to improve that and fix that situation. After some initial discussion with leadership, including our director and assistant directors in the department, and observation, analysis shows that our public works department is insufficiently staffed, and we lack proper equipment to do what we need to do to improve our streets in Corpus Christi, as well as our sidewalks and other transportation initiatives in the city. So many of our key public works and street operation services are not performed by the team inside here, by city staff, but rather they're contracted out, and in some cases, we haven't analyzed them all, but contracting out can cost us more than performing services in-house. We have identified several core traditional public works functions on top of what I just mentioned that have been reassigned to other departments over the years. That includes, for instance, street sweeping, which is a traditional public works function, and our city is overseen by our solid waste department. And in fact, not only is it overseen by a different department, but it's all contract work. And so normally in a city this size, we're using in-house forces to sweep our streets. Right-of-way mowing is another area that has been sourced out over time. So that's just some of the background. The good news is we're going to fix all that, and in order to ensure that we have the best public works department that we deserve here, we're conducting a comprehensive best practice analysis of our own operation and comparing that to eight major Texas cities. Our analysis will include a review of our organizational structure, the budget, the equipment that we have, and the inventories of what we're doing and not doing as a department. We'll continue to review operations over these next several months. We think that by early March, we'll have a recommendation on how to fix that and how to proceed forward. I'll brief you along the way because some of the recommendations will have a budget impact to us here. Okay, and speaking of infrastructure, let's talk a little bit about Harbor Bridge. I have a quick update for you just to have you and the public who are listening today be assured that things are okay with the Harbor Bridge that's under construction. Yesterday morning, the mayor, myself, and Councilwoman Guajardo met with TxDOT's regional leader, Valente Olivares, and we asked him to provide us a briefing on the Harbor Bridge and TxDOT's recent notice about suspending the design services. Valente assured us that TxDOT has strong confidence in the bridge's current construction and that the project continues, the project is continuing uninterrupted. So construction's happening right now today. There's no halt on the construction. Everything that has been built so far has gone through numerous checks by TxDOT and other agencies, and everything is safe and according to the way it should have been built. So that's a positive report for us. The National Transportation Safety Board is reviewing the situation right now with TxDOT, and they'll have their final report within 30 days. So the good news is everything's in good order. Construction continues, and we'll have another report in about 30 days. And then finally, I want to conclude by talking about Thanksgiving. That's coming up next week. And Thanksgiving is next week. Most city offices will be closed, including City Hall, our public libraries, and municipal court will be closed for the 28th and 29th of November. All public safety operations, though, will be in full effect through the holiday week. So our police and fire and animal care, those are in operations through the holiday. Regarding garbage and recycling, curbside collections, residents who normally place their carts out on Thursday should place them out on Saturday. So we'll still collect, but if you have a Thursday collection, place your cart out on Saturday. We'll be collecting on Friday, so if that's your normal set out day, go ahead and put the carts out on Friday. We'll be collecting on that day as well. The landfill collection center will be closed on Thanksgiving Day, but it'll be reopened on Friday. And a complete list of all our holiday operations can be found on the city's website. That concludes my comments this morning, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, I think I got in my utility bill envelope, a reminder that beginning December the 1st is when the winter averaging calculation time starts. So if you look on your bill, the date, your bill cycle, that will be the beginning date in December for winter averaging. So go fill up your bathtubs and all that, and then stretch the water as far as you can for the next 3 months and bring your average down, and you'll be a happy camper. But anyway, just to remind you of that. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for your report. Ms. Huerta, we've got the minutes for November 12th. Council, entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
Second.
Motion down here?
Yes, Mr. Garza and Mr. Molina.
All right, you got a motion and a second. Any discussion, corrections, additions? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, we don't have any board or committee appointments. All right, we've got consent agenda items 3 through 17. And all of these items will be considered on one vote unless someone wants to pull an item for further discussion. Items 3 through 17. Is there anyone in the public that would like to have one of the items pulled for more explanation or discussion? 3 through 17.
I have to abstain on number 7.
And number 4, right?
Okay.
4 and 7.
That's right.
All right.
And Mayor, I'd like to pull number 11.
Okay, hold on here. Number 11.
That's correct.
All right, we're pulling number 11. Anyone from the public? 3 through 17.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hunter, 4
Let's
also.
get the ones pulled first. All right, pulling item number 11. Any council members have any others they want to talk about? Anybody else? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion on 3 through 17, except for number 11.
4,
and 4, and what was the other
4,
one?
7, and 11. Yes, sir.
Oh, you have 4, 7, and 11.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
3 through 17 with the exception of 4, 7, and 11. Any discussion on those items? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, then items 4 and 7 with, who's abstaining?
We need to do 4.
Oh, all right. Entertain a motion on item number.
So move.
All right, there's a motion and second on item number 4 with Mr. Hunter abstaining. All in
And
favor?
Mr. Garza abstaining.
And Mr. Garza.
Right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And you've got Garza and Hunter abstaining.
Yes, sir.
All right, then
On number
item number 7, who was abstaining on that one?
Mr. Garza.
Huh?
Mr. Garza abstains.
All right, entertain a motion on item number 7.
Moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second on item number 7. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Garza abstained. Item number 11, Mr. Hernandez wants to have some
Yes.
discussion or information. And who
Hey,
on staff is going to deal with number 11?
And this is real quick because I noticed there was no bids on this particular item, and we're getting, basically an $87,000 a year hickey for the price increase. And I know we have other chemicals coming up. There's not much we can do about this particular one now that's already in front of council. But do we have a progression of these chemicals coming up for agreements that we're going to be bidding out instead of just amending an agreement to?
We do have Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. Yes, sir, we do have a couple of chemicals that are going to be coming up in like December, January. It's at the water treatment plant. We have liquid polymer that's used as part of a coagulant aid, and liquid chlorine rail car. That's a new contract. Both of those have been, those are new procurements. Sodium bisulfite at the wastewater treatment plants, that's going to be coming up early next year as well.
Okay, were there other companies that could have provided this particular chemical for this particular item?
There's 2, sir.
There's just 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion second on approval, item number 11. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Hunter's absent. He didn't abstain, did he?
No, Mr. Barretta is
I mean,
absent.
Mr. Burdetta.
But no abstentions on this one,
Okay, he
Mayor.
was absent. All right, that gets us through 3 through 17. Well, we're ahead of our schedule here, so let's start with item number 1, public hearing on an ordinance to annex territorial limits of the city of Corpus Christi, approximately 281 acres of land located in the area west of the Oso Creek. Somebody's phone's ringing. Item 18. Who's going to handle that one for us? Mr. McGinn, you can do that?
Yes, sir.
This is item 18 for those of you that are following the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Dan McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is an ordinance approving the voluntary annexation request of John Thomas for 281 acres located in the London area. As you're aware, this last legislative session we had a lot of changes related to annexation laws, but there was a section that remained very similar to what it was. It's 43.028. Cities can still consider voluntary requests by landowners. And on September 9th, we received a request from Mr. Tamez. We've been developing the required service plans that are per state law, and we've also conducted all of the public notification requirements via letters and newspapers as such. This is a look at the subject property. You have Weber Road here. Can you see it? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing here. With the subject property just south, adjacent to Oso Creek. You have Cabinets Field here to the north, London School District just to the north and west, and the landfill just to the northwest as well. Here's a closer look at the subject property. In total, it's 281 acres. There is a section, kind of the eastern portion of the property, 80 acres. You can kind of see a change in the vegetation. We're looking at that as, the developer is looking at that as possible preserve or park property. The proposed development will include approximately 1,000 dwelling units. They're anticipating a 7-year build out, and as you see here, they have kind of a range of values that they see that would be within the subdivision. In this case, we don't necessarily have a kind of a site plan that lays out the lots, but this is information that's been provided by the applicant. Again, this is the applicant provided some information based on just kind of discussions with the Development Services, Planning, and the Parks Department about possible opportunities to create a nature preserve and detention area within this green area identified on the eastern portion of the slide. The yellow line just kind of following along the creek is consistent with what we show in our Oso Parkway plan and trail system. That is also kind of this been presented here, and I know was identified in this year's budget as an item for consideration. Here's a more detailed look as some things that could be considered as part of the trail design and layout. This was presented by the applicant as something we could consider as they move forward with the development and things we could be looking at with the parks development and the trail system there. With every voluntary annexation or any annexation, we identified in our guidelines that we would take a look at a fiscal impact analysis as far as revenues versus cost on that particular property when it would come into the city. And this is a slide that we've used in the past with the Londontown annexation request. We run a model that looks at the population of the city and the general fund expenditures. So, for example, we would look at also a service population, which includes some of the employment within the community. We're obviously going to have folks that are in town working that might not necessarily live here, so we include that as part of our population, and we get to a number of 419,000. You look at the average household size within the community at 2.7. And as far as revenue estimates, we look at property taxes, ad valorem that would come in, possible sales tax of these new residents that would also be coming into the community. And then kind of in the red box here off to the right, we get down to an estimate of what it would cost per capita. And this is only impact to the general fund. So $624 is what we would be looking at. And that's using last budget year's numbers. And for example, just looking at the fire department alone and using their budget number, dividing that by the 419,000 population, you get to $140 approximate number per individual. And then you use that same number as those 1,000 households would move into the community, 2.7 people in each house. You get to the number here of that would be a total impact, for example, to the fire department on an annual basis. Then, of course, you have the revenues that would also then come into the community. So running the model at full build out, we would expect from this project to generate $140,000 in revenue for the community, and that's at build out. And just to kind of give you an idea of sensitivity within the model, these households were average at, I think it was 312,000, just bringing that down to 270, which is the average household that's being sold here in the community today based on Realtor Association numbers. You would end up with a negative. So it's a pretty close on single family as far as that value goes, from $270,000 up to about $312,000. You can see it's, as far as revenue that might be generated from those types of projects. And then finally, in addition to revenue factors, also additional things that you'd want to look at and consider for annexation, the ability to control this land in kind of a growth core of our city through zoning. And then as you annex, you will also have the requirement for building code. So that's another thing to consider as you're making a decision, that these are areas that we can control through zoning, and then with the requirement that they adhere to our current building code standards. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the annexation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
And this is a voluntary annexation?
Correct, sir.
All right. Anyone, this is a
public hearing.
Public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing. If there's anyone here that would like to come up and address item number 18 on the public hearing in favor of or in opposition to, feel free to come up at this time. Don't everybody jump at once. All right, let the record reflect that there is no one in the audience that wants to speak on item number 18, either in favor of or in opposition to. Anybody on the council have any questions? Did you punch a button, or did it light not come on? Anybody have any questions? Staff's recommending approval of this.
Yes, sir.
All right, seeing that there was no public comment, there doesn't
close the public hearing, right? So.
Huh?
Make a motion to approve. Second. Oh, sorry. You didn't have your mic on.
Watch the karate lady down here. She'll make a leap over a long curved building over there. Okay.
You know, it would be District
There's a
5.
motion and a second for approval of item number 18. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item 19, and before whoever's going to do that one, and I'm not sure what this means, whether it's by design or what, but there was a comment made during public comment about County Road 33 not included. That may be by design or it may not be. Could you address that issue as you make your presentation on item 19?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of Planning. I'll start with that question. As far as the County Road 33 and the annexation of the London Town project, legally, the city was not required to annex County Road 33 as part of that request. We did not, but we have been communicating with the county, London School, the developer. We realized that something will need to occur on County Road 33, and we've been having ongoing discussions with them to kind of figure out what should be done, what can be done, at what levels folks can participate. And that's kind of still an ongoing discussion.
Well, I'm sure the school would be happy to build it to city specs before they get annexed in, wouldn't they? Or we'll talk about that.
Yeah, the county is also, I know we've had meetings with the county. Commissioner Chesney is committed to providing funding for that County Road 33.
I think
be annexed into the city, so that we're working that as well.
Yeah, I think it was also recently discussed at a chamber infrastructure committee meeting too as a possible project to look at. So.
And for the record, just Mr. Garza, you're going to abstain, recuse yourself from this discussion.
So is Everett.
And Everett.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Mayor, point of order.
Mr.
Mayor.
Attorney.
Mayor, point of order. Can we have the city secretary address the supermajority requirement?
Sure.
For
So-
this.
Yeah, per the UDC, if a proposed amendment has been recommended for denial by the Planning Commission like this one, then the amendment shall not become effective without a 3/4 vote of all the city council members. Per state law, only formal abstentions or vacancies reduce the number of votes required. So in this instance, we do have 2 council members who have filed formal abstentions. So if we start with the 9 council members and subtract those 2 abstentions, that leaves us with 7 members, and 3/4 of 7 is 6 votes. So we'll require 6 votes to approve the zoning, if that's the council's desire.
6 out of the remaining 7.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up. Okay. All right, thanks.
Well, also with me it was Al Raymond. He's going to help with this part of the presentation. This next item is an ordinance approving the voluntary annexation for 446 acres along with a requested change of zoning for the same property here within the London area. This one's a bit different than the previous in that the previous one we annexed by default came in with the FR zoning. We'll be working with that applicant in the future on the zoning. In this case, the applicant had an idea of how they would like to develop the tract. They were a little further along with the plating and everything, so they were in a position where they could also submit for the zoning. So that's the difference here. It's still one vote. The ordinance to annex and zoning are together. And on that tract 1, a majority of the property is proposed for the RS 4.5 lots, and then the tract 2, which is along the Weber, is proposed for the CN1 neighborhood commercial district. Again, the local government code allows for this process to occur where a property owner requests from the city to be annexed into the community. On September 10th, we received a petition from MPM Homes or MPM Development, the William Earl Hens Trust, Retta Casper, and the Corpus Christi Community Church to be annexed into the community. Again, staff performed the required service plan and did the required public notice per state law. With this one, with the zoning, it was held at the October 30th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting where the zoning was recommended for denial. And that kind of comes into the question raised by Councilman Hernandez about the supermajority. So that would be required to approve the zoning. The Planning Commission, however, does not make recommendations on annexation, so they did not hear that request at that meeting. Here's a look at the subject property. It's just adjacent to just west of the London School. You have Weber Road coming out of the community with Crosstown here. Here's a closer look at the subject property. You have the subdivisions of River's Edge that's newly developing now to the west, London Club Estates just beyond that to the west, Melvin Estates kind of north and west of the subject track, and then again the London School Campus just to the southeast. Here's the proposed development plan. It includes the 446 acres, 360 or so are slated for the RS 4.5 for single family development. There's the 83 acres of proposed for the commercial, which is identified here in the red along Weber. There's 10 acres which will be utilized by a church facility. The average unit sales price provided by the applicant would be about $325,000 per home. Commercial value of this acreage, we've kind of, for our numbers, have estimated at $60 per square foot, and this will be helpful as we kind of get into the fiscal model that was run. Again, the same slide we just went through. The only difference with this one, we added in the commercial portion, which creates some additional calculation. But the same logic applies using the population, employment population is added to that, and we get to the kind of the per capita spending. And with this example, with the commercial added in, you ended up with, just using the fire department example, it's the $567,000 a year would be required to serve the fire department needs as far as general fund budget goes. This slide kind of does the full build out, kind of shows what the expenditures would be to the general fund. In this case, you have 2.5 million or so would be an impact of this project to the general fund. But then you also obviously have the additional ad valorem taxes that come in at the 1.9, increased sales tax with new folks moving into community, buying things here in Corpus Christi, and then other general fund revenues that occur with different fees that may be collected from that new population. So at the end of the day, at full build out, this project would yield a revenue back to the city at $335,000 based on the numbers provided by the applicant. This is, now we're kind of moving more into kind of the zoning related portion of the item. This is a preliminary draft future land use map that we've been working on for the last 10 months or so with the community doing the London Area Development Plan. This is the draft. This is what's been developed to this point. As you can see, the yellow or the dark yellow that's kind of here within the subject tract, that's what we are identifying for a medium density residential use. And the primary reason for that was because of the lift station or wastewater availability now that has occurred as a result of the London Town project. With you have a lift station here, now that you have that ability, you can now get to the point where you can create smaller lots. With the septic, you can only do a half acre to an acre lot. With wastewater, it can serve up to the 4.5, which is probably averages out in most projects to the 5.5 to 6 units per acre. So you have a tremendous increase in density when you have the availability of wastewater to the site. And as far as the consistency, the 4.5 is consistent with what we've kind of worked with the community so far on. And then the commercial, we are showing kind of along this Weber corridor, again, consistent with what has been presented with the applicant's request. And again, this is still draft. We're still working with the community. We have some public meetings that we're going to be holding in December. But to this point, this is what has been presented and generally accepted by those that have been attending. This is just kind of giving a highlight of some of the zoning that has occurred here recently within the area. Obviously, most of it's outside the city limits, so we only have the one project here to the east with the London Town project that was also received the RS 4.5 zoning. And again, in addition to revenues, obviously other factors that you want to consider for an annexation, land control, zoning. With zoning in place, you actually can control what goes on in the county. You have different land uses that may not be appropriate next to single family. And you could have industry. You could have different commercial that may be not compatible. But with the annexation, we do have some zoning control, and it does provide a certain level of compatibility to those that may be next to us. So there is some benefits to having the zoning in place for areas within the ETJ and the county. It protects our major corridors coming in. And then the fact that we would also have the building code controls also with anything that might be developed here to ensure that we have good structures going up. So those are things that we'd like to consider as part of the request. And staff is recommending approval of both the annexation and of the rezoning. So be happy to take any questions.
Public hearing. We'll open the public hearing on item number 19. And again, the staff is recommending approval, correct?
Correct, sir.
And the Planning Commission recommends denial.
Correct.
Another happy Thanksgiving dinner talk, I guess. Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone applicant or anyone here to want to speak in favor of or in opposition to the 446.4 acres on item number 19? Okay, come ahead, sir. Everybody that wants to speak get a chance, so just come on down.
Gary Frydenberg, I live at 2528 Digger Lane. I know a lot of our community spoke at the public hearing prior or earlier. I do not support the zoning. Annexing is fine, and even the residential 4.5. The commercial zoning is in 86 acres, I believe it is. It's not about economic differences as some of the media is trying to say. It's not. It's about growth and growth done right. I've lived in many cities in the military and even started off my military at Corpus Christi, and I heard at the meeting that we had with some of them that some of the planning things that should have been done right in the prior. Growth is good. Growth is good for the city, and it's also good for the London area. It just needs to be done right. My concern is with the TxDOT study. They did a study, but when everybody talks about the TxDOT study, they're all concerned about County Road 33, which is the issue now because of the school and dropping off kids. But the TxDOT study done on Highway 43, or Texas Road 43 that goes through there, if you, even on the slides he was presenting, all the traffic, including the one that's already been annexed outlet, is 43. So if you have 1,400 homes, and then with the commercial, which the commercial is zoned for multi-homes, his intent is not multi-homes, but if it's sold, multi-homes can, apartments and everything can be a 1,200 person increase. If the national average of 1 point car per household, that's over 4,800 vehicles. That's not in the TxDOT study of 43, Highway 43. Please drive out there, or better yet, if you can ride with your daughter or son and go out there to wait to turn left into the development. There's no turning lanes. And see if approximately 500 or 5,000 cars, and that's just for this development. There's going to be more cars with the 600 homes already approved. But with over 5,000 more cars on Texas 43, no turning lanes, in the speed limit, it is a danger and it is an issue, and it should be studied. And I thank Moses for going to do a study. He's offering to do a study and provide that to this TxDOT, but it's still not resolving the issue before this is approved. Second concern, I know the development plan's coming up and it's not out yet, and I understand it is a guide. I understand it's not the rules, but it's a plan that the city's hopefully taking forward, and we're already deviating from the low medium density plan with the most high residential density plan that the city has. Again, I don't disagree with growth, whether it's residential 4.5, whatever. I agree with the growth, and I just want it done right. I want it done safely. And also, I want to look back in 10 years in the city, and I want to make sure and say in 10 years that it was done right, and it's not say it's been done, should have been done differently. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Saw a couple of people moving. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Hernandez, and I am representing my parents who live in the London district area. I am here to address the rezoning in the annexed land question for County Road 47 and 43. It has been requested as an R4.5 and a CN1. The City Planning Commission has already voted and recommended a vote of no, not allowing this rezoning. It was suggested for an R6 with no CN1. I am here to reiterate that vote. Michael Meller put it the best way. We're putting the cart in front of the horse. We have no plans for that area. TxDOT has yet to run a test. We have a promise of a test, but promises are only words until actions are made. We just heard about end the streak. Let us end the streak. Let us plan. Let us work together and find a better way for our communities. Traffic and roads out there at the moment are not viable for people that are living out there. And to add a higher density area will only make it more not viable. With more higher density becomes more problems. Whether there is an apartment complex to be built out there or not is to be seen. But I lived in an apartment complex on the south side here in Corpus Christi. Crime is at a higher rate in higher density areas. I have been a victim of that crime. I have been catcalled. I have had auto theft happen to me twice, and my vehicle was part of a hit and run that caused massive damage and had me to replace that vehicle. What are the plans for the police department? What is our crime unit doing? We are going to have a high density area on the outskirts of the city of Corpus Christi. We need a plan. Another major problem with all of this is drainage. Oso Creek floods, and most of our drainage goes to that area, east of Robstown, south of the airport, and southwest of SPID. It is being filled faster than it can dump. Without expenses and planning, the water has nowhere to go other than to flood the area. Previous council city members have voted against this in 2000 and 2010, and they refused to extend the sewer lines to Oso Creek for these very reasons. At this point, I implore city council members to consider a simple policy specifying developments can only generate the same amount of runoff as current estate lots, which would be an R6 or higher. I urge you city council members to see the problems you are about to inherit. Making a drainage plan and a retention plan will be in our best interest. David Lowe, a former city council member, in an article, hit these exact points that I am talking about to you today. I hope with my presence today, I have made a difference, and I ask the city council members to please stop and think. Development is good. We need it. I am a young person here in Corpus Christi. I would love to stay, but we need to plan right. We need to do the right things for our citizens and for the people here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Bransford, and I represent myself and 31 homeowners in the Nottingham Acres Unit 1 HOA. We are opposing the proposed zoning of 87 acres, the CN1 property along FM 43. The property around the proposed CN zoning is residential, a school, a young children's learning center, and residential. As a community, we support growth, and as long as it's in harmony with the surrounding areas. To sandwich the CN1 property in this area between all the residential, in my opinion, is spot zoning and is only beneficial to the developer. The developer has stated many times that he is only a residential home builder. Well, he can sell the land to someone else, which will not have any kind of restrictions other than what the city requires, which is pretty extensive. It's apartments, retail, quite a bit of commercial. Why is he pressing so hard for the CN1 when he's a residential home builder? Should he not zone this residential also, like the rest of the properties around there? We are not against growth, but consistency. If the developer does not build CN1 zoning himself, then he will be selling it to other people. As the city council represents all the people, and not just the developer. We ask you to oppose the CN1 zoning along with the community. The City Council should reasonably predict any issues that the CN1 zoning would create in the future. This is quite a few issues, especially when it comes to traffic. Look at the issues we have on SPID with not, using some of the reports from long ago. This development should be moved up to the intersection of 43 and 286, where there's a lot of room for expansion and where it makes more sense for traffic and visibility for these projects. And also his plat is a preliminary plan, which has not really been approved. It can be changed at any time without anyone knowing or without any pre-planning. We need to plan. The Planning Commission did deny the petition, and they did have some concerns about the CN1. So please do not approve the CN1 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Jimmy Dodson. I live at 4222 FM 665. I'd like to provide a little historical context for your decision. My grandfather moved here in 1900. His house was about 2 blocks from here, and his younger sister wrote a letter to our family, which we have, describing all the cabbage and all the cotton and grain sorghum fields that she could see out of her window 2 blocks from here. And she talked about the cotton gin that was on Port Avenue about another block down. My other side of the family, my mother's father and mother, that grandparent, came here in 1907, and they moved out to the Sunshine community, which is now pretty much at the intersection of Rodfield Road and Saratoga. There were only shell roads that brought them into town, and they didn't think it was town until you got a mile inside of 6 Points. Our family typically has been farmers, although my grandmother Dodson remarried after her husband died and married a guy named Fritz Weber, who had a dairy at the corner of, you guessed it, Weber Road and Galahar. And they named the road after my grandfather's family. He was from Switzerland and learned how to speak Spanish because that was closer to Italian. When he got here, learned English as a second language. We farm now. I started farming after I got out of A&M, earned my degree, came back and helped my dad. He started in 1937. I started in 74. The 300 acres of the property that's being talked about in this motion, I've been farming since 1982. I know it like the back of my hand, literally. I'll probably have some of that dirt under my fingernails if I look hard enough. I went to London school because my dad in 1953, when I was born, jacked up our house, which was at Galahar and Costores, which was in the country, because the town was moving out and he wanted to be out in the country. He bought 13 acres in the London community, raised up the house on rollers and rolled it out there with the furniture in place, and my brothers and sister had an argument about whose bedroom was going to wake up to face the sun because they didn't know how it was going to be situated. There was no one out there much. When I went to London, there were 8 grades, 1 through 8, 112 to 120 kids. I got to play on the 8th grade basketball team starting in the 5th grade because we didn't have enough kids that were both present and athletic. And that was a good thing for me, and it translated pretty well when I came to Tom Brown in 9th grade in Carroll and played basketball there. What I'm trying to tell you is Corpus has been growing and changing. There have been cycles where it grows fast and cycles where it grows slow. When we've gotten in trouble as a city is when we didn't plan ahead, when we didn't institute and take control. I'm already done? I didn't know it was my time.
Finish.
This is good. This is good growth for the city. It's a good plan. The drainage that Moses is doing is going to help the situation instead of hurt. The streets are especially going to help, especially the one that goes into County Road 49 and surrounds the school. And every kid living in this subdivision can walk to London without crossing the major thoroughfare that's named after my grandfather. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Last call, 2 more, all right. We got somebody, third? It's like church. We'll sing another verse if we have to, all right. All right.
Hi, my name is James Davis. I live at 1787 FM 43. I live past this development on FM 43. I'm an acreage owner out there, and I'm for the growth. I know that we're going to get the low density out there at some point, but I'm against the CM1. Okay? And you all have a master plan coming that you're revising that we understand. We met with some of the council members that said that the plan is going to be out in like 30 days. So we feel like this plan with his CM1 in there is putting the cart before the horse. And the other part of putting the cart before the horse is what y'all all have heard about, the County Road 33. I know Brent Chesney has wanted to throw in on the budget with that, but it's not annexed at this time. Brazelton has their development. If anybody's ever gone out there during drop-off and pickup, you can't get in and out of there. 600 homes plus another 1,400 homes is really going to cause an issue there. And because it's a dead end, TxDOT doesn't have any metrics on it, and so they can't include it in expansion or anything, or take it over or do whatever they do. Not to go over time here, I'm for this subdivision, but not as stated. So I'm for what the planning and zoning, I guess, is denying this. And he needs to refactor it and come back and maybe do his commercial. That's a thinner strip. I think the strip that he has is 80-something acres, and that just looks like multifamily to us, and it's not where the multifamily needs to be in the low-density area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I saw a couple others.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Sure.
Oh.
I mean, well,
I
you
was
can
just
ask them. I'm
wondering,
not sure that we can answer them.
Is it possible to do is it possible for you guys to vote or approve for the RS 4.5 zoning, but not the CN-1 zoning? Or is it an all or nothing deal today?
No, once the public is hearing, after we hear the comments, we have the opportunity to discuss it. We can make modifications. We can accept the recommendation of the staff. We can accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission, or if somebody here has an idea that they make some adjustments, we can do that. We can deny it all. We can approve it all. We can
Okay. So
delay
there's
it.
room for modification.
So we're asking for input now so that all that information is available for us to have some discussion. We got
Great.
quite a bit of flexibility in what we ultimately do.
Well, I'm a London resident, and I am not an eloquent speaker like some of these people. I shake, so if I shake, I'm sorry. But I am a concerned citizen of Corpus Christi and need to express my concerns to the people we voted to represent us.
Ma'am, may we have your name, please?
Oh, Kara Campbell.
Thank you.
I am not against the development in London. I'm just concerned about the order in which it's happening. They want to put in 1,500 homes, and they promise us great things, but the London Development Site Plan isn't coming out to December. The London School Reaction Plan is not coming out to, we're not sure yet. And the additional traffic survey that NPM said they were going to do, we don't know when it's going to happen. They want you to base this life community or this community change decision on promises and nothing concrete. Again, the cart is coming before the horse, or as my stepfather would say, you never sign anything until you get it in writing. You don't make a life-changing decision, such as buying a house, based on a realtor's promises alone. And even my realtor, who's a great one, but she would even say, you don't buy the house before you go to look at it, see the floor plans, see the mortgage payments, and if you can afford them, the community, the school. All this is done before you decide to buy and sign on the dotted line. I'm asking the same of y'all to postpone this decision until the community can see the plans to prepare for such a big influx of residents and commercial business. Let the residents there now, the roads and traffic, the school and children's safety adjust to the already 600 plus RS 4.5 zoned homes already starting development behind the elementary school. Not to mention at least 4 other developments in that area that have not finished yet. Please vote to postpone the rezoning until plans are in place to prepare the community for this new development. If I have a little bit of time left, I also would like to understand the wastewater plant that will have to take on all these new developments and even this new annexing of Kings Lake development of 1,000 homes. I have looked for literature and I've heard that we're only at 40% capacity at the Greenwood wastewater plant. However, the only literature I can find is from 2017 Caller Times article that stated that they had 81 overflows in that time period. And they also stated that nearby residents had human feces in their yards from that overflow. That is a huge problem. The whole city needs to make sure what would happen with all these new homes coming. I also would like to say, I know the staff said that they approved this because we have some control over what's going to be put on those acreages because you have some say, but those acreages, 20,000 acres, I think they said in the London ISD, have been there, and things that are not good for the community have not been put on there with the way they are now. The only thing I think is the worst is a fireworks stand, and we all like that come 4th of July.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
Ms. Campbell, may we have your address also? I'm sorry.
She said London
if we annex it, then they'll be involved in illegal activity with the fireworks, right?
That's true, Mayor.
Okay, yes, sir.
Scott McDonald, 1373 Southampton, live in the Nottingham Acres right across from London. I'm the pastor of Corpus Christi Community Church, so we're one of the applicants for this voluntary annexation. My kids go to London School, been in the school for 10 years. My wife is a middle school teacher in the school, and our church currently meets in the cafetorium of London. So you could say we're embedded in the life of the London ISD and London community. Just want to talk on behalf of the perspective of the church. We've been meeting at the school since 2011. We've been anticipating for a while that this is the growth corridor. This is where Corpus will grow. Those that have been here long enough know that's the case. And so we've anticipated that as a church. We've seen the school, and we have a great school board, trust them very much. We know they've been anticipating growth as well. And so we've been kind of looking forward to this. We purchased our land back in 2017, and so before MPM Homes purchased the rest of the land around us. And so we understand the challenges of being a landowner out in the ETJ in the London area when there's no plan involved, because if it's my understanding, just about anybody can buy the land next to you and do just about anything if they have the money and want to provide their own infrastructure. So it's a difficult and challenging place to be a landowner. And so I do think that this is good growth, and in talking with Moses and seeing his plan, we feel good about it as a church, and we're ready regardless. We are compelled as a church to follow the teachings of Christ, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, love your neighbor as yourself. And so we're prepared no matter what happens, no matter who moves out to live in the community and build and develop. We're prepared as a church to love those people and to be their neighbors. And even as we look at our own land and the development of that land and the building, we're keeping the community in mind, and we want to be a blessing to the community. So obviously I'm an applicant for this annexation, so we're for it. And definitely concur with my fellow residents that we definitely want to do it right, and we want to make sure there's a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else after this, or is he going to be the last one? All right.
Good afternoon. John Wallace, 12 Camden Place.
I used to be up here a lot when I was more active in the development business. I started developing in Corpus with a large development group in 1995. And so the concerns you're hearing today, I've heard for years. I totally understand. The hardest thing to do as a developer is go in the middle of something where there's nothing around it and start putting things up, because change is difficult. And everything that y'all have to work on, I'm not going to call this the tip of the iceberg, but you just did 281 acres before this one. There's more coming. The nice thing for me, let me back up a little bit also so I get it out there. I did represent as a real estate broker Moses Mastagashi on this purchase. I've worked with Moses for years, buying hundreds of acres of property. One of the nice things for me as being a developer and working with Moses is he does these large projects. And one of the problems we've had in the city over the years is 10 acres there, 5 acres here, and that kind of thing. What you're seeing right here in front of you is a master planned unit that is exactly what this city needs to work with. The new city manager, I was on the Development Services Advisory Board for years. I understand what you're fixing to do. It seems like everything we do in Corpus is a challenge, but that's because people care. And I think the hardest thing for y'all to do right here is this is change, and this is the future of Corpus Christi. The area we're talking about right here, all around London, it's not how London started, but city councils before you really wanted to do infill before we jumped the OSO. And we've been very successful in doing that. And now we're just about done. And there's one place for us to go as a community, and that is, you know, fortunately or unfortunately for the London school and the residents, this is where it is. Out of curiosity, what did P&Z deny? Or did they just deny the commercial zoning, or?
The Planning Commission denied the zoning case. The annexation wasn't a part of the Planning Commission that night. It was just the rezoning.
So it was the zoning in total, it wasn't a split zoning?
Zoning in total, the RS 4.5 and the
So they had to vote for it all or nothing then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And so there's one of your challenges here today also, is you're going to have to vote all or nothing. Like I said, I've represented Moses for a long time. I've also watched Moses for a long time. I think I sold him his first lot when he was 19 or 20 years old. And to watch what he has done in this community along with his father and Bobak, his brother, and what they're going to continue to do is what we need to do. There's always concerns. I understand that. But you have a great option here in front of you with the master plan community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is John Bell. I'm an attorney, and my address is 615 North Upper Broadway, Suite 1100 in Corpus Christi, Texas. I represent the owners of the River Edge development, and I was wondering if we could get a map up on the screen that you had in your presentation that shows the whole site. Okay. My clients are the owners of the entire, the strip of property that runs along the entire western side of this strip. It's more than a mile butting the property. It starts at FM 43 and goes all the way back up to the OSO along the left of the subject tract. And the owners of the LLC are George Mastagashi and his children, Mike, Rick, Sarah, and Tarana. And as has been noted earlier, they are cousins of the applicant. And so we're not opposed to the annexation. We're not opposed to this development. We believe the development will be good for Corpus Christi, and the annexation will be excellent for Corpus Christi. My clients are developers, so they enter this situation very concerned, though, about that the development be done properly. They're not opposed to the RS 4.5. It is a more dense single-family development. Their property next door is being developed as 1/2 acre lots with homes on it that would be $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, and it should go from FM 43 all the way down to the back end of the property, similar to the development next door to that. And so they're making a tremendous investment. They're glad that the property is being annexed. They anticipate that their property will be annexed as well, thanks to your water extension policies, and that all this will become part of the city of Corpus Christi, and that is perceived as a good thing. The real problem is in the 83 acres of commercial zoning at the front. And commercial zoning is a bit of a stalking horse in this, and that retail, there's no way that there will be any demand for this much retail in this area for many years. It'll need 10 times this development in order to develop this type of retail. The reality, though, is the CN1 zoning allows the most intense multifamily development that you can possibly have in Corpus Christi at 37 units per acre. That's more than RM3 zoning allows at only 36 units per acre. And what you can very conceivably have, and what would probably be the most typical sale of this property, would be for multifamily apartment projects, which would be an excellent deal for some developer right next to a school in this community. This project, though, is having a devastating effect on my clients and their development next door, that phase one is now platted. And you've heard from one of the home buyers there who's just broken ground on their residence that backs up to this property. We respectfully request that you go back to your master plan and only allow commercial on the first 300 feet, is what the master plan shows, or consider amending the ordinance to at least create a 400-foot buffer along the western edge of this property that would be zoned RS 4.6. And so the property that backs up to my clients that are already underdeveloped in this critical stage would be zoned RF 4.6. That strip would be approximately 400 feet wide, beginning a little over 300 feet north of FM 43 and extend to the corner of that proposed commercial acreage. And just move that to the 4.6, 4.5, RS 4.5 acreage, and my clients would be able to continue with their development. But this is causing a critical issue in their phase one as they're trying to get that off the ground, and can disrupt the whole timing of their development as they go forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody have any questions? Staff two, whoever that is. Anybody? Somebody got a staff question?
What, you mean
RS 4.5. Did I say 4.6? I was giving them an extra 100 feet.
Okay, staff, I don't know who's, I don't know. Did you have your button pushed? Yes. Well, you must be staff.
Oh, am I? Sorry. Mr. Bell, what is the devastating effect you mentioned?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the devastating effect to your clients?
Well, because they're right now in phase one, they're just starting their first homes in phase one. They're at the front that backs up to this property. And you've already heard from one of those homeowners that now is afraid of having apartments, 3-story apartments and whatnot, immediately behind her home that they're trying to build. Obviously, in phase one, you're just trying to get a development started and underway. It's critical that you get that momentum. They have, I think, 5 lot sales already completed and are working on others along that area. And this whole issue has shut those things down and has people worried, obviously.
Because there is no plan for apartments complex at this moment, is there?
This zoning allows, that's what the zoning allows it to do.
Today. I understand that.
I have no idea of what the plans are. I'm just saying your zoning permits that, and that's the most logical.
But I mean, my question is, do we know that there is planning for an apartment complex today?
No, we have no idea what is planned today.
Mr. McGinn, do you know if there is planning for an apartment complex today?
We don't know, but the zoning does allow for an apartment.
And I understand that part. Thank you.
It would not come back before you.
Okay. Anything else? Somebody else's button, but I don't know who it is. Our buttons have, lightning must have affected our buttons. I don't know. Did somebody punch their button? I don't know. Okay. Okay, well, I don't see any other, staff 1 and 2 don't answer, so nobody else is up, so. Any other questions or comments from the public? All right, this can be Huh? Okay. Oh, incognito here.
John Bell is a tough act to follow. It's no fair bringing a
that's
hired
pretty
gun in here. I'm Reagan Brown, 5830 McCardle. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi. I'm also a London descendant, and I'm most proud of my late cousin Sheila London, who generously donated her land to help London School develop into the growing school that we see today. My family's full of London pirates, and we hope to continue the tradition of supporting that school in the years to come. I'm proud of the way the London community has come together, both online, Facebook, and hosting meetings to invite the developer in person to get a better understanding of the facts and what's happening around them. It's clear to me that these folks are hardworking people and doing the best they can of standing up for what they feel is right for their families. And that's not what the media had to say about them. And I have a lot to say about the fake news articles in the Caller Times, but I'm not going to. And I have a lot to say about the fake growth that the city has enabled in its ETJ for over a decade. I don't want to talk much about that. I do want to stay positive, and I want to say, as stewards of our land, I'm proud to see Brazelton Homes building a neighborhood with great homes and sidewalks for kids to ride their bikes to school, and a park for neighbors to gather and sing Christmas carols. This is London growth the right way. Now here comes Moses to do the same thing on a larger scale. He's met with the homeowners, answered their concerns, and explained how his development can benefit both the school in terms of access, traffic, drop-off of the kids, get them off the state highway, interconnectivity of the surrounding neighborhoods. In addition to that, he'll be creating millions of dollars in taxable value to both the school district and the city of Corpus Christi. His commercial development and his 450 acres is textbook. If you look at commercial development, it needs to happen along high density, high traffic count streets, and a state highway defines that definition. I'm sorry, this is not going to sound good in this room, but behind commercial zoning should be apartments and multifamily to buffer commercial from single family residential. And that is textbook in a 450 acre development anywhere but in this room today. Then you talk about the 1,400 homes that Moses intends to build. And on average, by square footage, they're larger than a lot of homes that exist in London today, and they're certainly of equal to or better quality. So I support this plat. I support a master planned development. It's going to be good for London. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Going once? Going twice?
Moses Mastagasi, Barley Dock. So I'm here today to just kind of answer questions, concerns. I've written a few of these down from the previous individuals that were here, and appreciate some of the clearing up as far as factual information. So when it comes to some of the concerns as far as flooding, we are putting in a master plan drainage ditch. The reason we want to actually annex and actually zone the property is because we do want sidewalks, we do want curves. I've built in Nottingham, I've built in London Estates. The biggest problem that I've had building there is you've got to raise these houses 4 or 5 feet up. The land developers are able to just walk away from the properties as far as they've got county roads there. Right now, those county roads are crumbling. If you go in front of those houses, you'll see puddles of water there with a light rain as long as 2 weeks. We don't want that in our communities. We didn't want that in our community when we did King Estates. We did half-acre lots with sidewalks, curves, and gutters. Now, granted, that was in the city, so that was a requirement. That's what we're trying to establish here. It's 1,445 homes. The main reason, just because I know I have 3 minutes to talk about the CN1, if you look at the alignment, I'm not sure if you guys can pull back the slide where it shows the big black lines. Our development is going to have a C3 collector and a C1 collector as the access points. A C3 collector is going to be a 4-lane street, something that the London residents are not used to. The issue with the county or State Highway 43 is right now off of County Road 33. The London School has a designated drop-off zone, and everybody decides it's okay to pull over on that street to pick up their children. What's going to happen with this area here behind the pink area where it touches London, this is why we've designed it this way, we put a main arterial C3 collector to touch London School, all of it paid by land developer, which is me, nothing from the school, abutting a sidewalk on the back of their schools in the hopes that in the conversations that I've had with London and their growth plans is that they're going to do something with their drop-off pickup area so it alleviates the traffic off County Road 33 while the city and the county figure out, how to take care of that. So we're putting in a street here that connects two other neighborhoods, allows London Estates, River's Edge, and Melvin Estates to eventually have their kids they still have to walk on county roads, and then when they're in our neighborhood, they'll be able to walk on sidewalks and have a path to the school that alleviates a lot of traffic. The reason we put in two arterial roads there is because we anticipate the traffic. Now, we are doing a TxDOT study for TxDOT and for ourselves, and we'll be giving it to the city to show what TxDOT is going to do over the next 10 years to expand that area. If you guys ever have driven on Staples, you'll see it went from the 2 lanes into a nice, beautiful 5-lane street now. Now, they put sidewalks and curves up to, I think, the city property, and then the rest of it they left without curves there. But in general, we've worked really well. And just to kind of clear up something else, sorry, I'm a little off track here trying to answer as many questions as I can. The 80 acres that we have for commercial, 14 acres of it is a church. Regardless if they classify themselves as commercial or not, the church will go there. 14 acres of that property backs up to River's Edge. They're going to have a church there regardless of today's outcome. The 7 acres next to the church we've left there in case that the church wants to expand, in case that we work with the church to put in a park, which we're talking about because the city of Corpus Christi is not entertaining any park ideas right now. So we're trying to figure out different options with that. But I've got to develop 124 acres, and that's including the 14 acres, just as a phase 1 to put in 2 C3 collectors and a C1 collector just to develop 115 homes. This is going to be one of the biggest developments in Corpus, and when people say it's unplanned, unorderly, I've been planning this for the last 2 years. I don't have 1,445 homes designed because we're a custom home builder. And I'll agree with the gentleman previously, what commercial could survive there now? None. But what commercial could have survived on Saratoga when Bent Tree was all by itself? A lonely Whataburger. Then you got a Peter Piper's. Then you got a Walmart. Then you got a Spawn Hospital. Then you got a bank. Imagine Saratoga 15 years ago when there was no Kohl's on it. Imagine the corner of Yorktown and Staples next to Keenes Crossing. When Keenes Crossing was all by itself, now you have a McDonald's in front of it. You have Subway in front of it. Across the street, you've got the Whataburger. You got politics. Whatever people's interests are, you have growth. You even have a movie theater across the street from Keenes Crossing now. So growth comes. It doesn't come tomorrow, but we're planning for the future. We don't build apartment complexes. And I love my family to death, and all of this is going to be a little uncomfortable for Thanksgiving, as you mentioned. But I would ask them why they built apartment complexes behind all of the neighborhoods they've developed, whether it was off of Woodridge, on Airline and Lipes, where they put an apartment complex behind all the homes they sold. Even the shopping centers that has Eggs and Chops. They built all the homes behind there and put a shopping center at the time that it was needed. And we don't plan on doing anything with the commercial. We plan on investing the streets and sidewalks and curves into the area because it's at the very front of the street. If I go put houses there now, we can't revert back tomorrow. If I zone it commercial now, and the chance that nothing does ever happen commercial there, it can always be zoned back to residential.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any questions I can answer? Traffic, flood.
I think you addressed a lot of them. I don't see any lights on, so thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Safe.
Yeah. Mr. Mastagasi, thank you for working, most especially first with the London community on this development. This, economic development is a priority for the council. And so we appreciate that because we take it seriously. I want to ask you just point blank, are you currently planning to build multifamily?
19 years of home building, we have not built any multifamily. We don't plan on it because we don't believe it'll survive in this area. That's not our intent. That's not going to be our intent. The only thing we've done commercial is we've built the science and technology schools that are currently being used on Evans. That is the commercial work we do. We've actually done 4 other schools in Houston and San Antonio. We're all about education. We have met with the London School District and talked even about future expansion plans, and I can't go into conversations that I have with the school because obviously they've kept them private for their own reasons. But there is an opportunity for them to still do things in this area if they so choose, and that's why the plan is designed the way it is. We purposely didn't surround the school with homes because we don't believe that you should have a home back up to a baseball field or a football field, which adversely is going to cause issues in the future. We wanted the visibility of the school, and we really wanted the connectivity of the school, and that's really why we wanted to put in a C3 collector there with sidewalks and curves, so it gives that access and alleviates the congestion on 33. But no, our intent is not to do an apartment complex, and it's unfortunate that that's something that people want to say to deter a 446 acre community.
Okay, and then the second thing would be, you are the landowner, so you can go build your homes on septic system tomorrow.
That's something we don't want to do, and that's something we try to stay away from. London is going to have other developments with septic systems. It's because there is no sewer lines. There's a sewer line here, so London will have a balance of that. We do not want that next to the school, but yes, I can pull this off if I wanted to. I could put trailer homes there tomorrow, a couple of more fireworks stands, an apartment complex on a septic system. You can do anything. I mean, there's been gas stations put on a septic system. So septic systems right now support the whole school.
Right.
They have a septic system. And you can see how big the school is, even though the comments are it's not big enough. They're on a septic system. So in the county, you don't have any rules. You don't have any regulations. We've always built our standards around the rules and regulations with the 20 plus communities I've done since I've been 19 years old in this town. And I've been born and raised in this town as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Mastagasi, part of this property is within the floodplains. What's your plan on that?
So initially when we bought the property, we thought 5 acres of it was in the floodway. With the FEMA determination, 17 acres of it was in the floodway, and that's where you're representing Oso Creek on that map there. I'd say the last third portion of it, probably broken off by the big black line, is in the AE zone. Mm-hmm. That area will be filled with the dirt that we get. We are putting in a master drain ditch that's 20 feet wide, 10 feet deep, 1 mile long, to actually drain these neighborhoods properly. And we will do that in the first phase, and we will spread the dirt out over that area there to bring the elevations above any FEMA levels needed.
Well, this council adopted 1 foot above FEMA. Will you be within that?
Well above that, yes.
Well above that.
Yes, sir.
And my fellow council on there, last week we approved a Flower Bluff plat that was in the flood zone. Earlier today we approved one where you have some partial flood zone in there. We'll see on this one, and later today we'll hear about on the island, raising the bridge. That's opening up more land in the flood zones. And we talked last year when we adopted the 1 foot above BFE that there was some concern that for existing subdivisions. We're entering this point now. We're going to have development on there. We know floods happen. We had flooding in 17. We had flooding in 19 in these areas with it. Harvey on Mustang Island, and a couple of subdivisions in my district, and one of them in Rollins with it. So I hope as we move forward that we seriously look at adopting a 2-foot above BFE for these kind of developments that are coming on. As Mr. Masagashi has just said, they can accommodate that if they're early in it. When you're building the subdivisions with your elevations, you got excess dirt, but if we wait, you don't have it. And then you have one house sitting above another. And I think it's important for this community, because we do flood. And floods really know no boundaries. That we take a serious look at adopting a 2-foot above BFE for these new projects. So thank you. And thank you for building yours up, because that's what we need, but I'd like to see some guarantees.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Matsagashi, just so with regard to the C3 electors and the ditch, what's the amount of investment that you're incurring to be able to provide those prior to any homes being built?
Prior, well over $20 million for the first phase.
For the first phase.
Yeah, it's going to be 110 acres, and I challenged the council to see if there was another 110-acre subdivision done in a phase 1, and I seriously doubt that.
Are you looking at anything on North Beach?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I had to throw that in.
Haven't made it that far yet. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I had to. I couldn't resist.
But I'd like to just add one thing to that. If we stay in the county and we don't annex, all the UPT plans, all the things that you've already adopted and passed, don't go through. Your master plan drainage ditches don't go through. We don't have to follow your standards. There is no 4-lane street coming behind the school if we don't pass today, because we won't annex, and then you'll get a county road again, which then the county's got to take care of like they do now, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, and then I have a few questions for staff, but
okay,
you might want to hang around.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Close the public hearing. Thank you very much. All right. Now, anyone have any questions of staff? Mr. Hernandez.
No, I think. No, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
Huh? He had some questions. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I turned
okay,
off my
Carrie,
light.
no, you're right. You said staff. I apologize. Go ahead, and then I'll get.
So,
Mr. Hernandez.
So, if we approve this annexation, I think the irony I go back to, and it was mentioned, is that directly across from this property on FM 43 or Weber is I think it's a 4,000 square foot fireworks stand, and I just kind of don't understand how you're concerned about an apartment complex, but you're going to have a fireworks stand where I've seen people that are just on the side of the road and they're shooting those off. So, what happens to that once we annex this area? The fireworks stand.
I don't believe the fireworks stand is part of this request. There's no existing businesses on this property, correct?
Not on my property. The fireworks stand is directly across the street in front of the Nottingham subdivision.
So even though we annex this, because there's no proximity, it's outside the city limits. So if it's 6 inches outside the city limits, somebody can.
That's correct. We don't have any zoning regulations outside of the requested boundary.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And I'd like to just add one thing. One of the comments was that the rest of London is going to be annexed, and state law doesn't allow the city to annex anything. So just to alleviate that concern, because it will go back to London community, I'd like them to know that they will not be annexed just because we are asking for annexation. Adjoining land developers can annex to anything that's within the city. Now, the fireworks stand can come and annex if they choose to, because the public road is across the street, but then obviously they'd be illegal, and yeah, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that specifically just for that. I guess the other thing, too, is I drove out there. I've been out there twice on 2 occasions, and I went out there Wednesday, and it rained Monday, Tuesday, and there was a ton of standing water out there. Directly to the west of the development, as well as south. It seemed like there was also a retention pond, which had a lot of debris in it. Obviously, we need to, that was just a concern that I saw. So I went back on Sunday to see if any of that, and there still was, there wasn't as much, but there was still a lot of standing water around in the ditch area. So one of the comments that I made to the, I guess the individuals on the meeting on Wednesday was that here we have an area of now it's controlled development versus currently what we have right now. And the comment I made to Mr. Bell yesterday was the only consistency out there I see is the inconsistency. So I understand the challenge, but repeat for me again. So that area of the concern that was going to be directly in conflict to that property, that's where the church is going to be?
So yes, on the left-hand side, if you see the pink line at the very top that goes in before it turns yellow, that portion where you have a small black line, it's actually a 14-acre church. Mr. McGinn said it was a 10-acre church, but it is a 14-acre church. And right next to it is 7.35 acres. You're not going to go put an apartment complex on 7.35 acres. It wouldn't be enough sufficiency to run itself, and that's, I think, their concern. 7 homes or 7 lots, according to the plat, will back up to some type of commercial. But even in the yellow, which is my neighborhood, 7 of my lots back up to that same commercial. Go ahead.
And do you have a pointer or a stylus or something you can identify where he's talking about?
Okay.
Or just... Okay.
Okay. So this area here is going to be commercial. This area here is going to be the church.
Okay.
Now, obviously, this whole other pink area will be commercial as well, but what Mr. Bell and the other Mastagassis have related to is the 7 acres or the 7 homes that back up to what would be commercial.
All right.
You know what, Moses, since you came up with that, I want to ask, can we pull up another map, and I want to see where the 4 other developments that, or Dan, if we know where that is, find it, if we can, based on what, there we go.
That one's good?
Yeah. So I understand there's 4 other developments, and once again, those are all 1/2 and 1 acre lots on a septic system. And so how many more homes are, because they still have to come to us, so how many more homes are anticipated from those other developments?
Well, for this area, the wastewater availability has really kind of opened up this northwest corner across town in Weber. So that lift station is approximately there. And that service boundary of that lift station looks something kind of like that. So anything beyond that, this area to the west will likely remain on septic for the foreseeable future until we develop some type of wastewater master plan or infrastructure that could serve that area in the future. But today, this is about the service boundary of what we have for that lift station that was built for the London Town project that will serve the Agape Ranch project, what is looking there. We have, the community, Corpus Christi Community Foundation has, talked to us about maybe possible development at some point. The city project with, city property that has been explored. And then obviously London School could be served in the future if they ever wanted to come off septic. That would be maybe an option for them to come into that lift station.
And for the London School, how many acres do they require to be on septic? Does anybody know?
They're using roughly around 8 acres for their...
Okay. I'll have some comments for later, but those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hernandez.
All right, thank you. I've been kind of looking at this not only through the Brazelton annexation, County Road 33, but I also attended the forum that was last week on Wednesday, and I actually attended the London ISD School Board meeting the previous Monday. I actually recommended to the school board that they consider annexing the school and the remainder of County Road 33 that intersects with the FM 43 into the city for two reasons. One, it will allow us to address the issue with County Road 33 where we didn't annex it with the Brazelton property. And then it also would bring fire protection, official fire protection, to the actual school. I know Councilman Barrera had mentioned it previously. I believe the school currently uses 7 acres for septic system with an additional 3 coming online for their new school. But if they can connect to our wastewater treatment system, that would free up that property for development for additional school if they need to expand their school, or they can't use it now because they need that property for their septic system. Ideally, we want to have this kind of growth. Since I've been on council, I have not once voted for a wastewater exemption, and I won't vote for any more wastewater exemptions. I think this is the kind of growth we need. I'm still hoping that we'd get a public improvement district option as well for those that are not contiguous to our city property, that we can still develop and create those kind of things before and have some development, some planned development. I concur with what we're doing here in terms of the development plan. I understand the reason for the 4.5 in terms of the setbacks from the properties. I believe RS6 requires 25 feet and RS 4.5 requires 20. I think Moses had mentioned he was a custom home builder and he wanted some flexibility with that. So I get that. I understand why he's asking for that. Even though he's not building to that standard in terms of how many houses per acre, I understand why he's asking for it. Aside from that, I think I had mentioned to the president of the London ISD to reach out to Mr. Raymond here, as well as the city manager, to see if we can discuss the option of annexing the school as well as County Road 33 into the city, so we can address those issues. I know Commissioner Brent Chesney would like to contribute to that, so we can actually have some sort of plan of action for that, to alleviate some of those problems that we're having on that road with regards to traffic, with drop off to kids at that school. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Ms. Warlow.
Thank you. Let's see, Miles, just as a point of clarity, just because of some of the comments that were made, and again, as a point of clarity, what are the bounds of the city of Corpus Christi, and where do they lie in terms of our boundary and the London area?
I'm going to have Dan set that up because and depict that because.
Sure.
On this graphic here, the black line here represents the current city limits. And everything we kind of considered London area. London School District is basically uses the creek in south. It does, however, include this area that's within our city limits, goes at Lago Vista, Country Creek, that area that's in city limits, but on the south side of the creek does go to London School.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, well, yes, it does. Okay. So the current, everything that's on septic out there is not part of the city, no taxes paid, no, I mean, they're outside the city limits.
With the exception of just the
right.
Coes Lago Vista, the area along Staples Corridor. But yes, everything along the Weber Corridor
right.
is outside the
so
city
when
limits.
it was built based on whomever was building that home and that developer.
Yeah, we do provide water to the Weber Corridor and those subdivisions. So we have in the past looked at some of the plans, at least for construction of homes. That's been part of our process. If we're providing water service to those homes, we have looked at the development plans for that house. So even though it was outside the city limits, we were still looking at some of the plans if they were connecting to the city water system.
And we're currently we respond with public safety, fire, and police. Even though they're outside the city limits, we respond to those calls.
we don't have an obligation to respond with emergency services outside our city limits.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Guajardo. I'll speak on behalf of the fire department on EMS. Basically, what we have in place is we do have a Nueces County mutual aid agreement, and that whenever a call comes in for service, a request from another agency, we will respond as a mutual aid partner.
Okay. And then police?
Police also. We have many operations where we cover the ETJ of 1 mile outside city limits. That's normal operation for our interdiction, for speed step, those kind of things. Grant covers those things, and if requested, we respond.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to point out that you know, Corpus Christi, as someone had mentioned earlier, has its own issues when it comes to, adequately staffed. You guys do a great job, but we definitely can't say that we're adequately staffed for the population we have. So the fact that we're extending these services in these agreements, I think is being in good partnership. But I'm establishing that this is outside the city limits. So therefore, as mentioned by many, including the developer, things can be done with no particular order in regards to how things, are built, sidewalks, curbs, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to point that out as a point of clarity because of some comments that I heard that seemed as if, that area was part of the city. To the square footage, Mr. McGinn, there you are. So RS6 is a 6,000 square foot lot, correct? And RS 4.5 is a 4,500 minimum?
Yeah, 4,500 for the 4.5, and the 6 is a 6,000 square foot minimum.
Okay, and the average on this plat is what, roughly?
I don't know if we have that or not. I typically, developers are getting 5 to 6 lots per acre. I mean, when you consider right-of-way requirements and drainage improvements, 5 to 6 is about what we're seeing, I think, on most projects these days. Does that sound?
Okay.
In this situation, they're 3.9.
But your average square footage is what? I mean, no, the lot.
We're going to vote on it here pretty quick, I think.
Okay, so you're well over the 4.5 to I think it was Mr. Hernandez's point of the reasons, the back set. Okay, and one last question. What was it? Maybe not. Okay. No, I think that's everything I have. Thank you very much.
All right, that public hearing has been closed. I think I don't see any more ones wanting to speak. Moses did say if you can imagine Saratoga Boulevard out there. I see Wayne Lundquist back there. And I can remember Saratoga Boulevard as a 2-lane road that went for miles and miles and was a real good racing strip back in high school. But all those have changed. So, and SPID was out in the boonies. If you crossed SPID, which was Lexington Boulevard, you were a long way from home. So anyway, they do things do change. All right, as I understand it, the staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission is recommending denial. And you said we did or we didn't have, I thought we had wiggle room, but evidently there's some implication that you either take it or leave it as recommended. We have some.
Mayor,
What?
I'd move for approval of the R6, I'm sorry, the CN1.
CN1.
My apologies. Oof.
Second. I'll second that.
As presented.
Yes.
So that's what the staff is recommending. And
second
was that a head shake, yes or no? We've got some flexibility, or we don't have flexibility? We either take it or leave it?
You do have flexibility, but we decided not to allow the planning commission or us to dictate what the developer wants to do. If you deny it, he comes back to us and we figure out how to make this work. But he asked that we vote it up or vote it down as it was submitted, and so we honored that request.
Mayor,
Okay, so it's an up or down vote, and under the circumstances, with two people abstaining, recusing themselves, we have 7 members here. 75% of that constitutes 6. So we have to have 6 affirmative votes to pass it. Is that correct? All right. And somebody made a motion. Who made a motion?
Mr. Barrera made a motion.
Mr. Barrera
and
made
Ms.
a
Guajardo
motion to
seconded.
approve it as recommended by the staff.
Right.
Support the staff recommendation. Yes, sir. And there was a second?
Yes,
All
Ms.
right.
Guajardo.
In light of the fact that we've got the 3/4, 75% rule, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll then on the motion to accept the staff recommendation?
Yes, sir. So for passage of the ordinance on first reading upon staff's recommendation, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy abstains. Smith?
Aye.
Barrera? Garza abstains. Guajardo?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
All right. Item number 19 passes, and we appreciate everyone coming. We're going to take a recess until 3 o'clock, and we have a 3 o'clock TERS meeting set posted, so we'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, we need to speed this operation along. I'm getting awful. Being a nice guy, you know.
can we do it in 30 minutes? Mayor, did you want to do the e-session?
Yeah, do I need to reconvene?
Yes. Well, just, yeah, if you would just reconvene and have it.
All right.
Just make the announcement. Yeah.
No, I don't, do we? Well, we got them all here in the building. All right, we'll reconvene the meeting just for the, I did it a little hastily. The council will go into executive session on item 27 per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.087, and we shall return around 3 o'clock. We are recessed.
Thanks.
Who, Ms.? Okay, the council will reconvene after our executive session recess and our lunch break. And then I'm going to recess the city council meeting so that we can conduct the TERS 4 meeting. Councilmember Everett Roy is the president, and so we'll recess the city council meeting and then reconvene following the TERS 4. So we're recessed for the council meeting at this time. Want to come over here?
Mhm.
I'd like to call the Reinvestment Zone Number 4 meeting to order. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call roll?
Yes, Chairman Everett Roy.
Present.
Board members Steve Banta.
Present.
Roland Barrera. Barbara Canales. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter. Joe McComb. Ben Molina.
Present.
Tom Schmidt.
Here.
Greg Smith. Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. At this time, is there any public comment? Would anyone like in the audience to speak? Seeing that there's no public comment, our next item will be that we are going to go into executive session. The board will go into executive session on item number 1 per Texas Government Code sections 551.07 and 551.087, and we will return. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene. Next, we have an agenda item, which is a motion to approve TERS 4 project specific development agreement with the Breakers at North Beach for a mixed-use development, the Fraser, located at 3612 Surfside Boulevard.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have a motion ratifying all actions taken by the TERS 4 Board on November 12th, 2019.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Are there any future agenda items at this time?
Chairman Roy, I'd just like to make a comment. There's been a lot of talk going on, but today we just authorized a $7.8 million incentive to a transformational project on North Beach. And we voted on it, but we really didn't talk about it for the public because we met in executive session. Yeah. But, we are showing our commitment to North Beach, to the developer of this project by a $7.8 million authorization of incentives to this development. So, anyway, I'm out of school, but.
Thank you. Any other future agenda items? Seeing that there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Exactly.
Can you turn your mic on, Mayor, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
Reconvene the council meeting following the TERS meeting, and we're on item 20, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
And this is a zoning case, not a public
Yes, it is.
hearing.
It's
It
a
is
public hearing. Yes, sir.
There'll be a public hearing on item number 20. It's a zoning case number 0819-02 Fish Pond Development LLC.
And for the record, Mr. Garza is abstaining on this item.
Mr. Garza, he only gets 50 cents today instead of $1. He's sure skipping out a lot. Okay. Mr.
Good
Garza
after-
recusing himself on item 20. All right. Who's up? You're up.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The rezoning request before you is to rezone the subject property from RM3 Multifamily 3 District and ON Neighborhood Office District to RM3/PUD, which is Multifamily 3 District with a planned unit development. The purpose of the purpose will be to allow construction of a 112-unit senior housing community. The applicant is Fish Farm Development. They're here, and they're represented by Hanson Engineering. The property is located north of Buford Avenue, south of Hancock Avenue, east of 7th Street, and west of 5th Street. The property fronts Hancock Avenue, which is designated as a local residential street, and also fronts Buford Avenue, which is designated as a C1 residential collector street. To the north are property zone RM3, and those properties consist of single-family residences and multifamily properties. To the south are property zone ON, neighborhood office, and they consist of single-family residences and professional office uses. To the east are property zone ON, neighborhood office district, and RM3 multifamily district, and CG2 general commercial district, and those properties consist of basically multifamily and professional office uses. To the west are properties zoned RM3 multifamily and ON neighborhood office district, and those properties consist of single and multifamily residences. The intended use is to allow for the construction of a 112-unit senior housing community. The property is 1.48 acres in size, which includes 6th Street, which includes the 6th Street right-of-way. The applicant paid $28,000 fair market value for the 6th Street right-of-way closure that was previously approved by City Council. The applicant also owns property, all of the property on both sides of the 6th Street Road, and that they will come back and replat as one single parcel. The proposed rezoning to RM3/PUD is in general compatibility with our adopted comprehensive plan, and it's also compatible with the neighboring properties and the surrounding general character of the area. The rezoning also does not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed PUD will also facilitate the renovation of the Sea Gulf Villas. Those residents in the current Sea Gulf Villas will be housed here in this new development, and the developer will renovate the Sea Gulf Villas with market rate apartments, which will be downtown. Sea Gulf, is that senior? This is a deviation table which clearly shows what the PUD development standards recommend, what they're proposing, what the Unified Development Code standards allow. Primarily, it's maximum density from 36 to 75 units per acre. It's building setback from 80 to 37 feet with no balconies and window visibility. The zoning designation, the zoning buffer from 10 feet, 5 points to a solid 8-foot fence, and off-street parking from 194 to 71. The proposed PUD does not have any proposed balconies, and it has limited windows that would overlook into the single-family residence to the west of the property. The applicant is also requesting a reduction of the required off-street parking because, and I wanted to show you, there is a regional transportation authority bus stop located about 230 feet east of the property on Santa Fe. 1 second here. That bus stop is right about here.
That's Gaslight Square right there at that intersection. It's got the Y just before it, right?
Yes.
That's CG2 1949.
This is the master plan parking layout, the proposed parking layout. The structure is 5 stories, with the first level being parking. They park underneath the structure. Staff is recommending approval of the zoning to RM3/PUD multifamily 3 district with plan unit development, and we stand by for any questions.
Anyone have any? Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my ears perked up when I heard that part of the plan is to relocate the residents from the Seagull Villa downtown to this property and then renovate that downtown building.
That structure, yes, sir.
That would be a really good thing for our city, I think. My question has to do with one of the public notices that got returned, and one of the notes says my property might include this change in zoning. I just wanted to verify if that was the case or not.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're asking.
You have public notices that got sent out.
Correct, to within the required area of the
asking
property.
Asking if the neighbor is either in favor or in opposition of this.
And we got 2 opposition, right? And so you're saying one of those oppositions, there's a
note under reason that says any construction, well, one of the reasons was any construction on property line puts the building foundations in jeopardy. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Councilman, that homeowner was worried that the construction would impact their home, the foundation of their home. They thought that the construction of the villas, would have negative impact to I think it was the lady's home's foundation. That was their express concern.
This is a property owner. It looks like they live out on the island. But on the second notice, because I guess they own multiple property out there, it says my property might include this change in zoning. So I just want to make sure that we're not on accident changing an adjacent property owner's zoning.
No, this rezoning is for this specific property. These several, I think there's 7 lots, several on both sides of 6th Street, and so it's just for those lots.
Okay, and so this notice, you've analyzed it and you verified that?
Yes, sir.
That is correct? Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Did we respond to the lady?
I didn't get to, I don't know, I'll have to look back with staff to make sure, and we will.
I think it's a courtesy we ought to owe her. We got your concern, we've looked at it, you're good to go or something. Give her some closure anyway.
That's a good suggestion.
Okay, anybody else have any questions on item 20? We'll open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak on behalf of or oppose in opposition to item 20? Fish pond development. Sounds like a good project. Kind of getting a twofer. Getting some new apartments for some senior citizens in downtown.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's good. All right.
Move to approve.
Is Fish Pond here? Way to go, Fish Pond.
Yeah.
One of you's fish and one of you's pond. Is that the deal? All right, good. Thank you. Seeing no comment,
Move to approve.
entertain a motion to approve. All right, there's a motion by Mr. Molina, seconded by 3 or 4 people. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, number 21 is a zoning case. This public hearing also, Ms. Huerta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item number 21 will be a public hearing on a zoning case 0819-03, Super Elite LLC ordinance amending development guidelines for planned unit development on Granada Drive. Who's doing this? All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The request before you is to amend the development agreement for the property that's a planned unit development located at 14836 Granada Drive. That is currently zoned RMAT IOPUD. That's a lot of acronyms. That just means multifamily tourist attraction district with the island overlay and plan unit development. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow development of a 27-unit single-family townhome development. The applicant is Super Elite, LLC, represented by Urban Engineering. This area view shows the location of the property located north of Granada Drive and west of Leeward Drive. The property fronts Granada Drive, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north, south, and west are vacant properties and a townhome development, which is also zoned RMAT/IO. And to the east is a plan unit development of townhome style, also zoned RMAT/IO/PUD. The applicant is requesting amendment to the existing RMAT/IO/PUD, the plan unit development, to allow for two things: short-term rentals and to increase the site's development height. The short-term rentals are common features among plan unit developments on Padre Island. Short-term rentals are similar to the overnight accommodations used, which are also allowed in RMAT districts by right. The applicant is also requesting removal of the height limitation to give more design flexibility should the new FEMA flood maps impact this site in the future. This deviation table shows, the only thing I want you to look on this deviation table, this was approved by council action in 2017. So the only thing that the applicant is requesting is the building height from 45 to 60. It's not working here, but from 45 to 60, that's really the only change on the deviation table. This is a look at the master plan that they're proposing to develop. And Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of amendment to the guidelines of the plan unit development to, one, allow for short-term rentals, and two, to allow for an increase in height from 45 feet to 60 feet. And we stand by for questions. Thank you.
There's a short-term rental understanding there to collect the hotel motel tax?
I don't know. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garza?
Mr. Raymond, it seems to me like we should grant this variance, but is there a way for us to look at some of the areas in the island where we're going to be, I guess, or we've adopted height requirements, and not height requirements, but elevation, raised elevation due to flooding? Should we consider this something like this across the board, so we don't have to keep doing each request?
I mean, that's a
Case by case?
reasonable request. I need to look into that. That makes a lot of sense. This gentleman is trying to get above one of you brought up today about 2 foot above BFE, so
Yeah, that's
he's
what
just
Councilman
hedging his
Smith
bets
said.
in case the maps come in and say, look, now your base elevation, flood elevation is a little higher. So it might be beneficial for us to take a look at that so that we don't do this periodically.
Yeah, somebody may have already done this in the
That's a good
Carolinas or
point.
some areas that are coastal.
Okay, I'll do that and report back.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
I think you may kind of address this a little bit, but I was thinking about the base elevation as well. I didn't really specify it here, but what exact? I mean, is it going to be the 2 feet that you were saying, or is it just going to be the standard? I mean, what we have.
Well, in this
approved?
case, it is what it is now, which is 1 foot above,
Right.
right? He's just asking for 60 feet in case whenever FEMA comes back with new flood maps and it impacts his site, so he still has height
I see.
to achieve. So it's not necessarily setting a base flood elevation, but if you come in and say, I've got to be now 2 feet above, he still has room to play with in terms of his design, what his ultimate design would be.
Okay, well that answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
Mr. Garza, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
I'm just, we've just approved our maps, and FEMA hadn't quite come back with us. I don't think we're going to see another FEMA change for 10 years. And I know it's not going to be 15 feet. Now, where this is located, we do have some high structures pretty close. I don't have an issue with 60 feet, but I don't think this is about FEMA. A foot or two change with it. So when they're coming to us, generally we see FEMA changing a foot or two, not by 15. But again, where it's located, I don't think 60 foot. It's in the commercial, it's in the short-term rental, the multifamily rental there, kind of at the back of Leeward as you're going out to the Packery Channel. So 60 feet's fine, just seems like a little the argument for it's
Understood.
difficult. I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a public
All
hearing,
right,
actually.
we'll open the public hearing. Anybody have any comments on item number 21? Let the record reflect we had no comments in favor of or in opposition to item 21. Any more comments on the council? I think there was a motion made in favor, and there was a second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? And the planning commission and staff recommend approval. Is this correct?
Sir.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item number 22, another public hearing.
Yes.
Item 22, 19-1495, zoning case number 0819-01 MPM Development LP.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The rezoning request before you is to rezone property from RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District to RS 4.5 / PUD Single Family 4.5 District to a PUD. The purpose of this is to allow the construction of 36 single family houses. The applicant is MPM Development, represented by Moses Matagashi. The property is located along the north side of Bison Drive to the southwest of Bill Witt Park and to the east of Cimarron Boulevard. The property fronts along Bison Drive, which is designated as a C1 minor residential collector. To the north of the property, to the north is 126.9 acres of Bill Witt Park complex. Adjoining to the west of the property is a walking trail to the public park alongside a stormwater drainage ditch. On the other side of the stormwater drainage ditch is single-family residences zoned RS 4.5, single-family 4.5 district. To the south and west of the property consist of single-family residences zoned RS 4.5, and to the east of the property is CMC Steel Company on a 7.53 acre site zoned light industrial. Here's a closer look at the property. Intended uses to allow for the construction of 36 single-family homes. The property is approximately 5.7 acres in size, and it is currently unplatted. The applicant is requesting RS 4.5 PUD, single-family 4.5 district with a planned unit development. The subject property is currently vacant, and the land has remained vacant since annexation. The proposed rezoning to the RS 4.5 PUD is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area. The rezoning does not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. The subject property is suitable for the proposed rezoning. This PUD utilizes decreased lot sizes, right-of-way widths, while still observing minimum street pavement widths, maximum building heights, and parking requirements. Here's a deviation table that shows exactly what this PUD will have. For example, the lot size from 4,500 to 4,267 in lot size. Maximum front yard setback from 20 to 16.5. This is Airlink Drive. It reduces the right-of-way from 50 to 40, sorry. But the pavement width, I wanted to say the pavement width stays the same. On Bill Witt Drive, it reduces the right-of-way from 60 to 53, but again, the pavement width stays the same. In this case, there will be a sidewalk, an 8-foot sidewalk on one side of the street and a 5-foot sidewalk on the other. It doesn't say this in the slide. That's a mistake. This is a look at the development, the planned development. And you see here, gosh, I don't know why my red doesn't show up, but this is Bill Witt Drive, which kind of leads into eventually what it connects to the park, right? So Bill Witt Drive and Airlink Drive would ultimately connect directly to the park with access in and around and through Bill Witt Park. Here's a road section here, road sections of both roads, where the first one shows a sidewalk, a 5-foot sidewalk on one side. The Bill Witt Drive shows an 8-foot sidewalk on one side, and of course a 5-foot on the other. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval of the rezoning change from RS 4.5, I should say for RS 4.5/PUD, single family 4.5 district with a planned unit development. And we stand by for questions.
Is the sidewalk width, is that the developer option or is that under the UDC?
Those are options under the UDC, is that correct?
I mean, it just appears to me if you've got 5 feet of sidewalk on one side and 8 feet of sidewalk on the other, you're using a lot of concrete.
There is a lot of concrete that actually,
I mean,
that actually is a continuation.
Why do you need all that room for
It's a
sidewalk?
continuation of an existing walking trail. There currently is a meandering trail that's on that property. By the addition of Bill Witt Drive, he's going to build that continuation along Bill Witt. So he's actually providing the trail and access to the park.
I mean, that's part of the code. I don't know the developer, he may have all the money in the world, but I mean, that just seems like a lot of money being spent on concrete. Do you ever,
there is a lot of
some kind of meter ever check anybody walk on all these sidewalks we're building?
Well, I hope so. But again, this is an existing connecting trail. You can actually see along the ditch to the west of the property. That trail connects all the way up into Bill Witt. Oh, speak of the devil, here he is. That connects all the way up into Bill Witt. So he's going to continue that walking trail. Am I correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And I can kind of explain.
You can talk.
I mean, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of money spent on concrete for no reason, but, I mean, normal sidewalk's 4 feet, right? 3.5, 4 foot?
4 foot.
4 feet.
So a 5 foot and an 8 foot sidewalk, it just seems like a lot of extra concrete. That, of course,
Well, that's how
concrete's
we
free, I
that's how we
guess.
build a walkable city, but the developer here could.
I mean, is that the developer choice or is that the staff saying, we think bigger sidewalks would be better and it's just costing the developer money?
Well, there are connectivity requirements. The trail that's currently in existence will have to be rebuilt. That's part of the 8 foot. The 5 foot on the right side of Bill Witt is the access into that neighborhood into the right. So we're rebuilding one that's existing, and then there's a requirement.
How long is this? That's 13 feet worth of concrete, and how long is this thing? 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 500 feet?
No, 300.
Looks like 300.
It's going to be about 800 feet of sidewalks.
800 feet of sidewalk times 13.
This connection in Bill Witt.
How much is that? 800
It's like
by
300
13.
feet, right?
You got 8 foot, you got 8 and 5, right? 13?
Correct.
10, yeah, and it, I don't know how much sidewalk concrete is, what, $5, $6 a square foot?
It's a little more than that.
Well, the incremental.
And you may have 2 people walk on this stuff in a year.
Well, again, primarily the Bill Witt 8 foot side, that's continuation of an existing walking trail that'll have to be demoed to put in the street. So that's what the 8 foot is coming in. So there's already a walking trail there, and correct me if I'm wrong, it already goes on your property, correct?
A walking trail, is it a dirt walking trail or a concrete walking trail?
It's concrete, isn't it?
It's concrete.
No.
The walking trail would?
No, that portion of it is caliche.
Okay, so he's going to improve that walking trail portion.
By requirement or by volunteer?
Both. I'll explain when we get up there.
Is this kind of like the Army? It's kind of a compulsory volunteerism?
He's
Son, you will march. Yes, sir, I want to volunteer
He's
for
been
that.
voluntold to do it, yes.
As you know, I follow.
I mean, this is something I think and I know I pick on these bicycle paths and these sidewalks, but I mean, sometimes we just build them because that's what to do, but no, if you're building something nobody uses, why are we wasting the developer's money?
But Mr. Mayor, I think ultimately is to create a walkable, healthy city. Eventually, right? This connects the community to the park. Eventually, someone will be on it. Initially, probably 2 or 3 people, but eventually, you have to see people will be on it.
And if I can expand on that, part of the PUD requirement that he is applying for is he'll have sidewalk on one side and not on the other in portions of the neighborhood. And so that's where this 5-foot kind of comes into play, and he would be able to corroborate that. So he doesn't have sidewalks throughout. It's on one side of his property. Where we have Bill Witt, the 8 and 5, again, that's to rebuild a portion of an existing trail he's improving to concrete. He's sitting right behind me.
Okay, Mr. Molina.
We're now twisting his arm.
You can't argue with, never mind. Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff. Noticed again looking at the public notices that were sent out, there's one that, well, let me back up. There's one recipient that had several reports, multiple reports submitted. Was that just are those actual reports that got mailed out? There's like 8 or 9 of them.
So we had one property owner who actually owns a number of lots, and by law, each lot gets a notification, so each one technically can be a vote. So we had one property owner with, I believe, 9.
Yeah. Okay. And I just wanted to make sure that just wasn't
oversight on
the
our
paper
part.
got stuck in a scanner or something like that. One of those.
He has that ability.
Okay.
As owning those lots.
And that's a state law that says that we have to mail out one public hearing notice
Per lot.
every time per lot.
those lots.
Per lot that touches the 200-foot boundary.
Is there? It seems kind of redundant, and it makes it appear like there's more opposition
9
than there
people,
actually
correct.
is. Is there a way to consolidate that on our end?
My understanding is state law is every
address,
property owner
right.
gets a vote regardless if it's the same property owner or multiple lots.
So we send to the address, and if that person, individual, owns multiple addresses, he gets several notices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Moses got 1,400 notices on his project earlier today.
Buck, can you turn your mic on, Buck? I'm sorry.
Sorry. Buck Bryce, City Legal. The percentage of protests to trigger the 3/4 vote is based on the percentage of property in protests, not the number of protests. So essentially by sending the multiple notice, it makes sure that the owner gets notice, but we could certainly, I think, potentially consolidate the notice to the property owner, but then you risk missing someone by not sending to each lot.
And the property owner in question is a developer, so the time between Nueces County appraisal, where we get the addresses from, they could have sold the lot, and then it would be on the owner to provide that to the new owner.
Okay. And the prize, the forgiveness prize, if we don't get them a notice, is that they get to have dessert with Ed Ken too. He didn't hear me back there. If someone fails to get noticed, then they get to go have dessert with you somewhere. Okay. We'll open up the public hearing. Anyone who want to speak on item number 21 in support of or in opposition to zoning case number 0819-03. No. 081901. Excuse me. Item number 22. You want to talk us out of it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to explain some things.
Okay, go ahead.
So just to talk about this, at the end of the day, the reason we even did a PUD, and I just want to explain it because it'll make me feel better after today. So the reason we did a PUD, this is a very odd shaped lot. So that's the beauty of a PUD. It allows us to talk to city staff about things that can work on the property and not work, and that's the reason why we asked for a closer building line, mainly because the lots are very shallow. It still allows the cars to stay out of the street, which is why we worked with staff to go through this process. The beauty that came out of this project and getting with staff, Dan McGinn, is the street event initially on the other plat, if you could bring that up, sorry. I don't know how to work this.
It's okay.
Where it actually just shows the lot. Yeah. So you're talking about the side, the 8-foot thing. So there's a walkway from Yorktown behind Bill Witt Park that goes through all of Bear Creek. Okay, it's actually about a 2.5 mile walking trail, and it goes into what will be eventually the nature trail park, kind of like what's at the Oso. The city owns 146 acres back there. Before we developed all of Royal Creek back there, which we still have 1 unit left, people would go out there mud. So people actually do walk on this one. Unfortunately, the Parks Department put it in private property when they laid, what's there now. So we're not ripping it out because we want to rip it out. We're ripping it out because it's going to be, on our property where we have to put in streets. So we did talk with them about doing the connectivity of an 8-foot sidewalk again in that portion, and then the 5-foot is because we can't fit sidewalks on both sides of the street, so we did want to put a little bit bigger of a sidewalk on the side of one street. So we did agree to that. So this was a lot of communication with staff, and that's usually what happens when you're doing PUDs. You got to answer a lot of questions in advance. The one thing I did want to mention, because I've heard our city manager talk about Bill Witt Park having a master plan coming. I do want to mention this is probably one of the biggest parts of that master plan, because in the future there's supposed to be a traffic light at the Bill Witt Park entranceway because of the Delmar stuff. And this street is actually now going to go into Bill Witt Park, so it's going to serve as a way in and out of Bill Witt Park without having to come back onto Yorktown. So those were great discussions that came between me, Dan, and staff when that wasn't our initial plan. So I just want to make sure that it's out there that this is going to do something bigger and better for Bill Witt Park, potentially take the street that comes in to Bill Witt Park and make it a real street rather than a park street. So,
all right. Mr. Hernandez, you have any question?
Yeah, I had a question for staff. I noticed that there wasn't a utility page in here and showing which all the utilities were available here. Do we have all the utilities, including gas?
yes. So there is gas, there is water, sewer, and storm. Gas is in the neighborhood next door as well.
Okay. For staff, I'm glad you answered it.
Sorry.
They didn't have that page in there. I just wanted to make sure it was in.
Always out there.
Okay. Secondly, you've got a light industrial zone right there. Is there a buffer between those back houses there and the industrial?
I believe the utility easement in the back is 15 feet. So 3 of those houses, this area here, do back up to where the parking lot of this steel company has been. So
okay,
it's going to be consistent with the buffer that was passed with Oliver Estates, and they've done unit 1 and 2, and they back up to it as well.
Okay, and I noticed the setback was 16 and a half feet. Is that going to be enough for trucks, and so they wouldn't be sticking out into the sidewalk?
Only because I've had to do this for the last while.
Just mention it.
Yeah, so technically, parking spaces in the city of Corpus Christi are 18 feet. That's commercial. That's when you park in, your HEBs. Sorry.
You can show them on a section, right?
Okay,
It's
yeah.
on a section. 16 and a half. Anyway.
So one side of the street, when you put your house at 16.5 feet, before you hit the asphalt, the side without the sidewalk is going to be exactly 20 feet. The side with the sidewalk, the cross section is different. Even though your setback is 15 feet, you have more, or 16.5, you have more right of way there. So your parking availability from your garage door to your sidewalk is 20 feet. And that was the minimum that we were trying to hit. And that's actually why we went back and forth from 15. And we ultimately agreed with staff that we don't want to have any cars hanging out of the driving spaces. And this concept came off of what was at Acushnet, passed about 3 years ago. They had a little bit less of a setback, so you might have one or your two. Your
Talking
F2,
about Brazelton's Pew?
The one behind the McDonald's on Weber and Acushnet, the old park.
Right.
So PUDs give you that flexibility to do these type of things, ultimately still meeting the requirements needed for your vehicles. So you have 20 feet before you hit an asphalt curve, and you have 20 feet before you hit a sidewalk, so it's not in front of anything for ADA requirements.
Okay, and that replacement for that 8-foot sidewalk, I believe that originally from that from in Bill Witt, that's like a crushed granite. Is that we're taking that out?
We're taking that out. It's going to be a sidewalk. Yeah. And
okay. How is it going to be extended into a sidewalk further down, or is it still crushed granite further down?
So on that side is all concrete. So from Yorktown behind all those homes, I haven't walked the whole thing, but I know it's concrete touching this. Now going into the other side that backs up to the homes before it crosses LaSalle is going to be all crushed granite. Then when you get back into Royal Creek, when we did our phase 1 and our phase 4, that's going to be sidewalk again. Because
so you have crushed granite,
yes.
sidewalk, crushed granite, and sidewalk.
Because you had linear parks developed with neighborhoods previous to this walking trail design that was implemented through I want to say a grant of some sort that started from Yorktown that took these patches of walkways on linear parks, but where there wasn't linear parks, you're going behind homes or down the right of way that you have along your ditch.
Right. So this is actually, as I recall, right along the ditch, because I've walked it through that area, and it's actually kind of a dead end right there. To where
some parts are closer to the ditch, some parts are further
right.
away, depending on
any issue with making it crushed granite, or is there an 88th issue there?
I'll answer. I don't know that question, but to answer the portion of the financial portion of it, as a land developer, we're still only required for the 4 feet. The street participation fund will pay for the other 4 feet, as it always does with any type of improvement to sidewalks that's after 4 feet, especially when they're in parks.
Well, I was just looking at terms of consistency, not necessarily, but I don't know if there was an issue with ADA that would be an issue to keep the crushed granite there. But it would just be more aesthetics than anything else. I don't think it would really affect anybody actually using it.
Again, I hate prefacing in San Antonio, but my knowledge is from San Antonio. So Phil Hardberger Park was a large park investment that was done by the city, $50 million for the property. They put in, I think, 25 or 30 million into the park itself. And the majority of walking trails within that park are crushed granite. Areas where ADA is needed for your RAS inspection are typically when you exit up into a parking lot or you move into a building structure that then follows ADA requirements for bathrooms, things of that nature. But again,
the reason I asked is this is going to be along a street, and I'm assuming you need a sidewalk as part of ADA requirements. So I didn't think there would be an issue, but I'm okay either way. I think you just, if the question does come up, I'm thinking ADA myself.
And it could be as we move to the street side rather than the more nature trail.
Right.
Those are similar to what they have at Hardberger. Again, as they move forward with the Bill Witt master plan, those are things that will also come up as well.
Yeah, trust me, I'm waiting for that master plan. Trust me, I'm excited for it right now.
Didn't want to take your thunder on that.
So I'd love to see it. Maybe city manager can tell us, give us a little heads up of how far along we are with that.
The RFP is just about closing, so we'll be getting proposals in, and then we'll pick a vendor to start in January.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Most of my questions have been answered. Staff, I just had a quick question for you. You know, going back to that whole, you've got 9 notices going out basically to one owner, and then they go back and they respond. In this particular case, the existing, I noticed that they were all on the south side. Their existing is RS 4.5, so it really doesn't change their deal. And I would like to see something where we would kind of know if it originated from the same, so that we can look at the validity of that.
Again, as an example of the previous case, we had 15 notices from the same owner, and the previous case.
It'd just be nice to know that.
We can include that in the report.
We could. We normally show that at Planning Commission, but if you'd like to see that to this group, that's great.
And then the question I have for Moses is that when you look at the south, and this is just more for my own curiosity, I noticed that the subdivision directly to the south is vacant, it's platted out. Do you own that?
No, to the south is going to be the person who had the 8 notices. 9.
Oh.
Yeah, there's still a 20-acre section that's there, part of the 40 acres, and he's on phase 2. And when that's done, Bison will finally connect. I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime.
So yeah, that's kind of where I was headed. So that's good to know. And the other thing I think which is good, which everybody's already answered, is the fact that you're going to build a permanent road going into the park.
That's the beauty of what this property expects. We weren't initially thinking about that, but when we've talked to staff and we're very proactive in our pre-construction meetings, a lot of good ideas come out of it. So, and that was one of them.
All right.
So.
No, that's I was curious. I was curious who owned. You answered my question. I suspected it was probably the same person that answered your 9 responses. Thank you.
Yes. Wasn't your cousin, was it? Already.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you turn your mic on, Mayor?
All right, we close the public hearing on item 2219-1495.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 22 passes. All right. First reading ordinances would be 23, 24, 29, and 30. 29 and 30 are some of your addendums I think you got after our original posting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's right. They're first readings also.
So first reading items has to do with Texas Municipal Retirement System, lease on the rent car business. 26, I'm assuming you're pulling that?
Yes, sir. The staff is pulling that. That's
Staff
right.
pull
Well,
that.
staff is pulling 25, Mayor.
All right, 26 we've already done.
Correct.
27, that's 26.
And 26 we did.
27 we've done, right?
Yes, sir. So all we have left is 29, 23, 24,
so-
29, and 30.
Entertain a motion for first reading ordinances 23, 24, 29, and 30 on first reading. Anybody have any you want to pull?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 29, please.
All right, we're going to pull 29. Anyone from the public have any comments on 22, 23, 29, or 30?
23, 24,
29?
29, and 30. Yeah.
All right, that's been pulled, so let's, I'll entertain a motion then for approval.
Just a point of information. Are 29 and 30 related to each other in that aspect? I mean, it's very similar.
29 is tax income and financing, and 30 is additional funds.
I mean, if we don't approve 29, I don't know if you can do 30.
So 29 and 30.
29 and 30.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll entertain a motion then for items 23 and 24. Anybody have any problem with that? All right, all in favor of 23 and 24, say aye. on
Welcome
first
motion in a
reading.
second, Mayor, please.
Huh?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you
Second.
very much.
I thought they did.
No, sir, they hadn't. Not yet, but now they did. So now we can vote.
Okay, now, 29.
What? Do we vote?
We need to vote.
We need to vote too.
Well, no, I
We
think
do,
you
we
want
have
to,
it.
you want to discuss 29 or 30, right?
Well, no, on 23 and 24, Mayor. We need a vote. We need a vote.
All in favor for this, all in favor for the second time, say aye.
Thank you.
All opposed, okay. Now, we'll go to 29.
And
Who wants
30.
to talk about 29? Or who's going to be up here to deal with 29?
We got some public comment.
All right. Ms. Selman going to present number 29, and then we'll ask for public comment.
Very briefly, Mayor, this item, the City Council saw at its last TERS meeting last week. This is the item to increase the amount of funding under your work plan, your project plan, rather, for your TERS, and it's increasing the amount on the project number 16, Park Road 22, which currently has $4 million, and increasing that an additional $2.884815.
All right, does anybody have any questions or comments? I think we discussed this last time, right?
You discussed this at your TERS meeting, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Any
Mayor,
comments
excuse
from
me.
the public on 29? Come ahead.
Good afternoon. Charles Duffley, and I represent both IBC and Access Capital for the land that they own, a little bit better than about 1,200 acres on the island. One thing that we mentioned last week at TERS, Greg asked the question about the amount of investment on the island. And I had made a statement last week of about 400 to 400, somewhere between 400 to 500 million. That, just so that we're clarifying, is the investment that the development will end up having to take for basically what I'm going to call the north side of Park 22. And the reason why I want to clarify that is that what will happen is we will see significant value generated. We believe in the models that we've run, call it over the next 7 to 15 years, a minimum of $1 billion in increased property values on just the north side of Park 22. And then if you want to take into account the Lake Padre development and the land that's owned, that's undeveloped over on the Gulf front, we believe again in the models that there's at least another $1 billion of future real estate value in those two. So we believe this is such a critical project. I know you guys have heard a lot about it. Obviously we believe in it, we're investing in it. But, we really believe this is the catalyst, to really getting the growth needed in the island to do that. And, if you think about it just in today's dollars, I mean, I think it was Keith mentioned last week, total island is about $2 billion in real estate values. So, if you can think about this, and obviously what everybody's been, wanting to see happen is that this development and, this project, as I said, I truly believe is a catalyst to at least another $2 billion in growth. So. Okay, so.
Right, and that's going to.
I just want to say thank you, Charles, especially if we can borrow those models to maybe share.
Yeah,
We'd love that. No, thank you for the way you've gone about doing business here. And for everything that your team is investing in, because it's huge. And we don't doubt that, and it doesn't matter how many times we talk about this. This is historic for what's about to happen for that island and the city of Corpus Christi, not just the island. So this has been a very good experience.
Yeah,
So
and thank you to you guys too, because again, I know everybody here is, you're a volunteer, you're doing this on your own time, and we greatly appreciate it too, because again, it's just, we really see this as a great opportunity to build something that, again, you can't find anywhere else, never mind on the Texas coast. We take you to the East Coast. I mean, to truly have a true beach to bay community, I said, it really doesn't exist. It's kind of like the first, last, and only. So we really, we're very high on it, and we really believe, again, some of the things that, Greg knows that I've been involved with out in Port A, like cinnamon and things. This is really just that blasting cap that I really think the island has needed. And a lot of things, it's taken a lot of time to get it to where it is. So we kind of believe that, what has transpired over the last, call it 24 months, it's kind of been moved out of the time capsule. And now it's time for, for just great development. So anyway, thanks.
And you're gonna get those canals.
We're going to get those canals, yes, sir, and get the water exchange. So that's something the Corps is obviously, has been important for the Corps as well. So
I got some property on the north end of the town.
Well, let us take care of the first 1,200.
All right.
So,
Any other comment on item, this would be 29. Any other public comment? This is not public hearing, right? They're just future agenda items. I guess we vote on these, right? This first reading.
Motion to approve.
All right, the motion's second on item 29. Any further discussion?
I just want to make sure that maybe I read that somewhere that we had 2.1 million left in the TERS that was unencumbered, and this is 2.8. I can't remember where I read that, but I want to make sure we have enough funds to cover this. That is it. I mean,
The resources are there, yes.
The resources are there to cover
Yes.
the entire
2.8.
$2,884,815.66.
The resources are there.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, number 29 passes. Item number 30.
Mayor, item 30 is the appropriation of those resources.
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Mayor, these two items will be back on at your next council meeting for a second reading, and at that point, we would certify these funds and let the developer know that he's got the green light to proceed with the canals.
Get your shovel ready. All right. We've had the TERS meeting. We've reconvened the city, identify future agenda items. It's going to be a short future. We don't have council meeting next week, right?
That's right. None next week. The North Beach TERS work session is planned for December 3rd, so that'd be the next time we'd meet. Tuesday, December 3rd at 9 to 11 is that planned joint city and Nueces County work session on the TERS.
And that meeting and what's the purpose of that meeting?
It's to lay out the work plan that has to take place in order for the council to have sufficient information to consider a canal or certain things on North Beach. So it's really to go over timeline and some of the major elements that the staff is working on and will be working on.
All right.
Things like the financing
And
plan.
just for clarity, we have been advised that December the 9th or December the 12th, that really is not a drop dead date.
That's
We've got
correct,
some
Mayor.
flexibility. We've been advised of that, correct?
Yes, we have, by
All
the
right.
developer himself. So the developer sent a letter saying December 9 was his drop dead date, but in fact, it's not the drop dead date. He has some flexibility in that
All right.
deadline.
Okay.
Was there a confusion with that, or is there some reason he gave us December 9th?
No, there was no confusion. The developer said December 9 was a deadline. We asked him for some documentation so we could understand the opportunity zone requirements. And he told us that the 9th was just kind of an arbitrary deadline that he set to give himself enough time to get his paperwork in order. So he has some flexibility in that deadline. He named several. He said he could go the 10th, 11th, 12th. And then he said, I have a few weeks even after that, so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? If
One
not-
last thing, Mayor, I wanted to bring up for the future items. We approved an FMAC program and several IDIQ programs, and we were supposed to get reports quarterly from the engineering department and utility departments, and we've got nothing. I don't know if you remember the discussion on the FMAC. It was specifically they wanted 3 years. We approved for 1 year with getting quarterly reports, and we haven't seen anything. So if we can include that.
Councilman, we talked about it this Monday. The first quarter that would have activity is going to be this quarter that we're in. And so we're planning on giving you a report January, which would cover the quarter of
Okay.
October. Yeah, so there was no activity prior to that to report.
For both the IDIQ programs and FMAC?
I believe so, but we can double check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The first quarter would be October, November, December, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah,
So January is when
January.
we plan on getting the report to the council.
January.
We'd like to wish everyone, You're not gonna do it, so I'm gonna do it. Happy Thanksgiving, Corpus Christi. Anybody? Council members?
Is that a future agenda?
Nobody cares. You're not gonna see us for 2
Dinner at
weeks.
the Guajardo's house at 11:30 on Thursday.
Turkey.
We are adjourned.
Frozen turkey.